Since its inception in 1983, the Noosa Triathlon has been the premier event on the Australian calendar. Hello and welcome to the 41st edition of the Garmin Noosa Triathlon. I do apologise for a bit of the audio issues. Matthew Keenan with you, joined by a woman who has won this race no less than 5 times. Olympic Games gold medalist Emma Snowsill, and also with me is Pete Murray. Emma, this is the event that so many Aussies want to come to, and also internationals.
It is a fantastic event on the Australian calendar. It is second to none. Every professional athlete loves coming here to try and finish off their season, and the start of the Australian season, it is the one to be at.
And Pete, you are the voice of this event. You're the voice of triathlon right around Australia. For you, this is kind of like a home event, even though you're from New South Wales.
Yeah, absolutely. Good morning. Good afternoon. Sorry, Matt. Good afternoon, Emma. And yes, it's great to be back in Noosa. This is the place to be this weekend, the largest Olympic distance race in the world. And Queensland has put it on again. This is the race to be. We're going to have a great afternoon coming up with Super Saturday.
It is referred to as Super Saturday, and it is Super Saturday. We've got a big event in store for you. We start with the women's criterium, celebrity tri, men's criterium. We then finish with the ASICS Bolt. Snowy, you've managed to dodge doing the celebrity triathlon, but your husband will be out there.
I get to stand here and look pretty with you, but yes, I have reeled Jan in to do it instead, and it is a fantastic event. This festival does draw so many athletes from around the country, not just triathlon, and it's a great way to showcase, all their strengths as well.
And Pete, for some of the people in the triathlon, the celebrity tri that is, they're elite athletes, and some of them are not.
Absolutely. We've got some of Australia's best sports stars. We've got from AFL, we've got from motorsport, we've got some surf life saving, some triathletes, some radio personalities as well. So we've got a very mixed field, but the celebrity tri is certainly going to be a lot of fun. Swim, bike, run, and definitely fun.
Historically, the celebrity tri has been the event that has seen the most cheating at the Noosa Triathlon. There's been a lot of shortcuts at the top end of the course. Hopefully your husband Jan doesn't do that today. Been retired for a year. He looks out of shape. No, he doesn't. He's put on 300 grams since retiring.
He certainly loves to, he loves this sport. He loves to be around it. And, I'm sure he's up against some really fast guys. Let's not forget, Ironman is a little different. An Ironman, a marathon at the end. So 1,500 metres is going to hurt him quite a lot.
And it was a great start to the day, Pete. You were out with the Super Kids and the Special Tri. Is that your favourite event of the weekend?
There's a lot of events here at the Noosa Tri weekend, but yes, the kids' race is fantastic. The Tinjarana Special Tri has a really special place here on our program. It's where, some people that aren't dealt have different challenges in their life, but it's just what we see with the Special Tris, that they don't care. They swim, they bike, they run, and the fun, Henry, the whole crew. It really does make a big special day on Super Saturday.
Pete just mentioned Henry. He did the Special Tri for the 20th time, and he stole the microphone off Pete at the finish line. But Emma, your kids were out there for the first time, both of them?
That is 100% correct. They had an absolute blast. Obviously, the triathlon is a topic in our family, but they often have not had the experience to do it themselves. So first time in the Super Kids Triathlon, they literally crossed the line and said, can we please do it again? So they have really enjoyed themselves, and being out amongst this crowd, this atmosphere is just second to none.
And I'm sure that you and Sienna, you had an even better day a few days ago. We're about to see you guys up in the chopper exploring Noosa. How was it?
It was such a privilege to see this place from the air. It was incredible. We certainly know what it feels like to explore from the ground and on bike and by water, but to see this place is truly exceptional. And again, we were so fortunate, and to bring my daughter home to really show her where she's from has been such an experience that I think is for both of us that we're going to continue to live.
And what a way to do it. Let's take a look at Emma showing her daughter, Sienna, what it's like from the air around Noosa.
When anyone asks my children, where are you from, their response is Noosa, and they're very proud of it. So to come back and actually show them where they're from, where they're born, I feel like I almost get to relive a bit of my own childhood through them again, and it's exciting. It is such an amazing part of the world, and I feel so privileged to be able to share it with my children. Look, Noosa's an extremely special place to me. It's actually the first place I ever discovered triathlon. As a young athlete, I was sort of brought here last minute to take part in a relay, and the atmosphere of not only the triathlon but the place was just somewhat intriguing to me. And I have to say, like, literally from that moment on, I thought at some point in my life, like, I want to live here. The Noosa Triathlon has been an integral part of my triathlon career. I was lucky enough to experience living and travelling and racing overseas, but coming home to Noosa was like the pinnacle of my season. Going up the Noosa River on the iconic Noosa ferry was truly such a spectacular experience. And going and having lunch at Lucia's was just mind-blowing. You know, the national park is just second to none. You've got Hastings Street so close by, you've got Noosa Main Beach, and yet you can come just a few kilometres away and you can feel in the complete wilderness. It's truly a magical place. There's so much on offer, and it's still something I'm so excited to continue to explore. So did you enjoy your day in Noosa?
Yeah.
It was very pretty, wasn't it? Best day ever?
Yeah.
Yes.
It was fantastic to see you out and about in the helicopter with your daughter Sienna, and you asked her if she had a good day, and she said best day ever. Was it your best day ever?
It honestly was. It was such an incredible experience to be with her and to show her the places that we often talk about. And I think, you know, setting the scene for this event is just truly spectacular to see. Going over the actual course, it brought back a lot of memories for me as well to live and feel exactly, you know, where this race takes place.
And good memories, no doubt. You did win this race 5 times.
It does feel like a little bit of a lifetime ago, but I have certainly enjoyed reliving it through my children while they've been here.
Last year we saw Ashley Gentle double your record. She won this event for the 10th time. What an incredible performance by Ashley Gentle last year.
It's fantastic to have someone like Ash being the leader of our sport in this country, and has really, you know, solidified this event from strength to strength as well. I think, you know, this race has become iconic in its own, but she has certainly added a legacy to this that is second to none.
Ashley Gentle, she took out the women's race for the 10th time. Last year it was the Kiwi Hayden Wild who won the event for the first time. He went on to win the silver medal at the Olympics in Paris. Let's take a look back at what was the 40th edition of the Garmin Noosa Triathlon in 2023. The 40th edition of the Garmin Noosa Triathlon. It's incredible how far this event has come from way back in 1983 when there was 180 odd athletes on the start line. There was no sunscreen lotion, no bike helmets and no Garmin. People got lost out on the bike course. That won't be the case today. This is set to be one of the greatest editions ever of the Garmin Noosa Triathlon.
I started off back in '83 and you just keep coming back. If you're fit enough, you just go around. It's just a buzz. It's just the atmosphere and the locals getting on board and all the people showing up from out of town, and it's just fabulous.
Yeah, the day was awesome. Like, the atmosphere was epic. It didn't disappoint, you know. Everyone was talking about the Noosa Tri and how awesome it is, and finally get to come here myself. And the atmosphere was amazing, and just really happy to bring it home.
Each year, I guess, has just been really enjoyable, and I've had fun each year, but 10 victories, it's an incredible feat. I'm actually really proud that each year, no matter what happens, I kind of find a way to bring the best out of myself at Noosa, and from here on in, I just enjoy it even more, I think.
We took a look back at the results from last year, the 40th edition, and it was 10 times that Ashley Gentle has taken out the win. It seemed fitting to get those nice round numbers, Ash. How old were you when you participated in your first ever triathlon?
I was, I think, 14 or 15.
And if you could go back to that 14-year-old and say, you can win the Noosa Triathlon once, what do you think that 14-year-old would say?
I'll take it.
How about 10?
Yeah, I wouldn't have believed you.
Emma, 10 times the winner.
I mean, does it ever get old? I mean, coming back here, you are always a hot favourite, but is it? I mean, it can't be like pushing repeat every time. You have to come here as a new Ash every year. Is that right?
Yeah, definitely. And I think that's just the way the sport is and has been evolving. You have to be able to get better each year and find a way to improve on your skills and strengthen your strengths, but also keep working on your weaknesses, because, you know, I race around the world every year against the best triathletes in the world, and the level just keeps getting higher and higher. But I always come back to Noosa because, yeah, I'm always motivated for it.
And this is a look at you going through transition and heading out. And one of the things that we do notice, particularly when you're on your way back from the run and the age groupers are on their way out on the bike, have you ever lost count or tried to count how many times they yell your name, the age groupers heading out?
Yeah, it's honestly so incredible. The amount of support that I have on course is the best experience, and it's what makes this event so special. Seeing everyone sharing, we can all share the course together and we can also participate, and everyone has such great camaraderie and, yeah, support for each other out there.
And we saw the images at the end with Josh, your husband there, ready to embrace. And how much of it is a team effort between the two of you?
Oh, it's a huge team effort. I mean, he puts up with a lot. Me pre-race, not just at this race, but all the races around the world. You know, he's still competing himself, but he definitely puts me first, and he kind of always has. So I'm very thankful that, yeah, he's my rock and my support person.
I mean, this race typically has culminated at the end of your season. How does it feel, you know, continuing on a little bit further past? I mean, normally Noosa is sort of the end of that international season, like you said. How are things feeling and shaping up for you, considering it is extending that little bit further?
Yeah, it's really different this year. I mean, I have to keep my foot on the gas a little bit more. In previous years, I've just had like the longest taper into this race, 1 or 2 weeks. I'm just very relaxed, and this year, definitely can't afford to rest as much. I won't have as much freshness, but I've been in a really good training block and I feel actually really good. So I hope that I can keep up and be as fast as I usually am on this course, if not faster. And I think that will put me in good stead for 2 weeks. And the main thing is that, like, mentally I'm fresh as well, and I definitely am. I'm very motivated and happy to be here.
When you've won it 10 times, is it become more pressure or less pressure? It's like, well, I've won 10.
Yeah.
What are you going to do?
Yeah, well, I guess, right, like, I'll always have that 10. No one can take that away from me. So that's an extremely amazing position to be in. I feel, very lucky that I was being able to achieve that. And no one can take that away.
Well, we feel very fortunate to have you here. We know that the season has continued and you did opt out to come home to Australia and miss a race to obviously extend your season the way you have. So we feel very fortunate to have you here and to continue to shine the light on the sport like you do, and especially at such an iconic event and festival like this one.
Yeah, it's been great to be here.
Okay, before we do let you go, who are your main rivals tomorrow?
Oh, I think
Hang on, I need my pen.
Well, Sophie Melawecki and Rochelle Hill are here again this year, and they were on the podium last year, and they raced really strongly and have been doing well this year. But also there's a few young girls. I know a few of the under 23 athletes coming into elites. They're definitely kind of looking at this race, wanting to put their name on the board. So, and a couple of Olympians, Nicole Vanderkay and Natalie Van Couverden. So. Yeah, pretty much the whole field definitely will be one to watch.
And I've lied because I said before we let you go, but I'm going to hold on to you for a little bit longer. What about for the other younger athletes that are out there? Like, we saw Emma's children were out there doing the kids' tribe this morning. We've got young age groupers out there tomorrow as well. We had 10 and 11-year-olds out there swimming last night. Yeah. You're a role model for them. Are you aware of that responsibility in some respects that you have?
I feel like I've become a little bit more aware as I've got older, and kids come up to me and say that they watch me, and that's really special. I think for me, I definitely always want to make sure I race with a lot of integrity. I race with great sportsmanship because I do know that those kids are watching. And for me, when I was that younger kid, I looked up to a lot of people, including Emma here, and I tried to be like they were racing and emulate them. So I think that it's really important that I am always making sure, I race knowing those kids are watching. Well, you had an amazing role model with Emma, and you've been an extraordinary role model, and you continue to do so. So thank you for all that you've done for the sport, and good luck tomorrow. Thank you. Ashley Gentle, she is absolutely the red-hot favourite to make it number 11 tomorrow. Coming up shortly, we've got the first of our big events here. It is the GWM Australian Criterium. We're kicking it off with the women. It's going to be 30 minutes plus 3 laps, and it's a little damp out there. Let's hope that the sun shines, burns that off, and have a nice, safe race. That's not too far away from getting started.
It is a shame for a person to grow old without seeing the beauty and strength of which their body is capable. You have the tools. You have the knowledge. You have no excuses. Train to perform with Phoenix 8.
Start strength training.
The ultimate smartwatch, only from Garmin.
When you move your body, you take your mind to an amazing place. Spreading positivity to the world around you. Move your mind with ASICS. ASICS. Sound mind, sound body.
With a powerful 2-litre hybrid engine, intelligent 4-wheel drive, and 7 spacious seats, the all-new Tank 500 Hybrid out there awaits.
Well, the first event that comes out on a course, it is the GWM Australian Criterium. We're just a few minutes away from getting started. It's the women who are going to be on first. They have 30 minutes plus 3 laps, and there's one intermediate sprint along the way where there's a cash prize to pick up. Shortly, I'm going to be joined by 3-time world champion Olympic Games silver medalist Nettie Edmondson, who is here as an ambassador for Smiling for Smitty. Nettie, welcome back to Noosa.
Thank you very much, Matt. It's a very big and exciting pleasure to be here.
Can you believe the turnaround in the weather? A half an hour ago, we were concerned about the rain, and now I'm worried about the humidity. It's hot and steamy.
I know, it's absolutely crazy. I actually wasn't sure if we would have to cancel or postpone, but the sun is shining and it's hot. It's hot and fast. We're on a big hot dog circuit out here, so we're ready to get underway with the action.
And we've got a couple of Olympians in the field. We've certainly got Sophie Edwards. She's going to be one of the favourites. She rode the Olympics in Paris, the team's pursuit. This is the kind of course that suits the team's pursuitist, which you were as well in your career.
It certainly does, and yes, as we see the riders starting to come past, they're doing their warm-up laps. That's Sophie, number 1 at the back there. So, yeah, they broke the Australian record at the Olympic Games this year, so she's on some hot form.
And Alice Simpson is back as the defending champion. Can she go back-to-back?
Yeah, no, she'll be certainly hungry about that. She's just signed with a new professional team with St. Michel Aubert, so she's very excited, and she's going to be finishing off her season here with the ARA Skip Capital cycling team.
So she's kind of a local riding with that team because they're based out of the Sunshine Coast. You manage 12 female athletes. Is she one of them?
Oh, so hopefully we'll soon find out. But yeah, no, I like to help where I can, and yeah, we've got some pretty talented young riders out here today, and it's really quite difficult to get over to Europe. It's a really hard stepping stone trying to make it up into the World Tour rank. So it's exciting to see this new category, the Pro Continental Women's ranking. So there's a lot of continental teams out there, but the Pro Conti means that there's now a minimum wage in that stepping stone gap. And yeah, now that this has created some opportunities for some of the young girls, it's so exciting.
And after you finish with the Criterium, you're going to be out competing because you're going to be in the Celebrity Try. Who have you got in your team?
So I have Luke. So he is a retired pro athlete. He's now started up the Win cycling clothing company.
Yeah.
And
Luke McKenzie, brilliant triathlete.
That's it. And Harry from the Brisbane Lions. So he's a youngster out there. He'll be doing the final run leg. So yeah, I've got some talented teammates. I'm going to have to do my best to hold that up.
You'll be able to carry your end of the bargain. We're not too far away from getting started. We're going to be joined by Pete Murray throughout the event as well. He's going to be keeping us on track because he is the voice of triathlon in Australia, particularly here at Noosa. There's 22 women that are going to be starting today. Unfortunately, Gina Ricciardo is a non-starter, and I always like seeing Gina in the race because she is one of the most aggressive cyclists we've got in this country.
She certainly is. So yeah, I think she's 32 and she's known for the breakaway, as you say. So Team Bridge Lane. She's been over in Europe this year. She had a lot of racing under her legs, and I was excited, as you say, because she really does animate that race.
So the women, they're just finishing their warm-up. Thankfully, that bottom corner is starting to dry. The top corner is even tighter. You've ridden this quite a few times. Have you won this one?
People ask me that, and I have a feeling, I'm not sure where that rumour started. Unfortunately, I have not. I did race in 2016, and I was on a break after the Olympic Games, so I think it was about 3 months afterwards, and I ridden my bike about 3 times, and I would definitely not recommend it. It's a really hard circuit, so the hot dog circuit means that there are 2 tight hairpin corners that you've got to slow down as you come into, which means you've got to build that speed back up. So it's, 32 or so corners out there, so a challenging one, and I know that we're going to see some big explosions out there. We're going to see some breakaways, some attacks, and hopefully it's exciting.
Well, let's get reset down towards the finish line, the start-finish line, and then we're going to introduce 5 of the riders that we anticipate are going to be big animators within the race. Most of the women are there. They're just about ready to go. Let's start bringing them up. And we're going to kick it off with a cyclist who started as a soccer player. She was born in Denmark. She got a scholarship to the US to play soccer. She now lives in Sydney. Welcome to the start line, one of the most aggressive riders in the Australian peloton, Amanda Poulsen. Next up is a woman who knows this course well. She knew it better than anybody else last year. She was the winner in 2023. She's also the Australian Under-23 individual time trial champion when she got the better of the likes of Neve Bradbury. Please welcome to the start line, the defending champion, Ella Simpson. And with the local colours on as well from ARA Skip Capital. Next up to the start line is a former junior national champion. She rode the Tour de Avenir, the race of the future, representing Australia this year. Second in the under-23s at the road race of the national championships. Please welcome Hayley Fuller. Perhaps she's a non-starter. Is she there? No, she's a non-starter. Well, next up was the winner this year of the Warrnambool Road Race. It's one of the most significant ones on the calendar. She's a 6-time Australian Junior National Champion. She's been selected for the Live Alula development team. Put your hands together for Lucy Stewart. And the next one up, wearing number 1, Commonwealth Games gold medalist in the team's pursuit, a former junior world champion, an Olympian this year, Oceania Road Race champion from last year, Sophie Edwards. And let's now bring the rest of the peloton up to the start line. And now for the all-important instructions from the commissaire, and let's see if they pay attention to you.
Thank you, riders. Just 30 minutes plus 3 laps, 1 preem somewhere in the middle there. We'll be closing the pits with 3 laps to go. If you have a mishap, don't forget you can report to the commissaire just in the pits area, and they will give you a lap out. The first lap will be neutral behind the beautiful sponsor's car over here, and I will blow the whistle once you have got around this corner at this point here, and then the race will be underway. All the best. We're paying down to 5th place. Thank you.
Excellent. So look at the numbers for ARA Skip Capital. Nettie, no pressure on the local team.
I know, look, they mean action up in the centre here at the front, ready to go. So we've got the Balmoral as well. They've got some numbers at the back. We've got some purple cut jerseys in there. So they're the local cycling club. So, yeah, we might see a bit of a battle on our hands, I reckon.
It's a good-looking kit. I like the Balmoral kit. Now, Amanda, you've got the call-up replacing Gina Ricciardo, who is the queen of going on the attack. Can you go on the attack for us today?
Yeah, I'll have to make up for the fact that she's not here. So, yeah, we'll see.
Let's lock it in. Amanda's going to go on the move. How far away are we from getting them started? 30 seconds before they roll out. And then, as Nettie mentioned, they've got 1 lap neutral, which is behind the GWM tank. Great new supporters of the Noosa Triathlon, also great supporters of Oz Cycling. And there is 1 preem for prize money midway through the race. That's at the discretion of the race commissaires. And then after 30 minutes of racing, it will be 3 laps to go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. They roll out for the neutral lap, and the clock will start when they get back into the finish line, and we get given the all clear by the race commissaires.
Australian Open criteria for women. Matt and Nettie said this is a 30-minute race. We put 3 extra laps on top. We do have a preem somewhere in that 30 minutes. We've got some of Australia's best cycling. We've got the best commentators in the world right here in Noosa, home of the Garmin Noosa Triathlon.
They're making their way over the Garth Proud Bridge. As many of you will know, Garth Proud was one of the instigators of this great event way back in 1983. The bridge has been named after him. He was a huge supporter of so many athletes across a load of sports throughout his time. He was the person who brought Emma Carney up to Noosa to improve her swimming before she went on to win the world title twice and set the course record here in Noosa back in 1997. And Pete, that record from Emma Carney from 1997 still stands today.
Yeah, Emma Carney, one of the best triathletes we've seen come out of Australia, world champion. Still very active in the sport as we speak today. She'll be joining us tomorrow too, Matty, with our Noosa Tri Live.
Still neutral behind the GWM tank. Nettie, it's great to see a new car vehicle on board with not just this event, but also for Oz Cycling. And it's actually a really important relationship in cycling that they have with motor vehicles.
Certainly is, yeah. Any support for our sport of cycling in Australia is very well welcomed. It's challenging out there. The prices are going up, fuel prices driving around. So any support that we can get is absolutely incredible. So you saw the riders go around that top end. They took it a bit carefully. We're at the neutral pace, so just one free lap. You can see the lights flashing on the vehicle here. So they will slowly come back down towards the start-finish line. And once they go under that banner, we're going to be underway.
Once we hear the whistle from the Chief Commissaire, then the clock for the 30 minutes will get started. As we mentioned before, it's 30 minutes plus 3 laps. And for some people, Nettie, when they start riding criteriums, the plus 3 laps can be a little confusing getting the timing right when they go on the attack if they're a non-sprinter.
Yeah, it certainly can. So, yeah, you've just got to use your teammates. There are some individuals out there, but that's the benefit of having teammates. So you can take turns going on the attack. As soon as the bunch brings back that rider, they can launch another teammate up the road. So it'll be interesting to see how strong teams are, if they play the team tactic or if they're all going to ride for themselves. So keep an eye out.
All right, we are underway, folks, with the GWM Open Australian Criterium for our professional women. As we said before, the GWM, that will go up the road pretty quick very soon. But don't be afraid to make some noise as we get our race started, folks.
The whistle goes. We're now officially underway in the GWM Australian Noosa Criterium. Lots of riders out there from ARA Skip Capital. That is the team based out of the Sunshine Coast. But a few riders from South Australia on that team. But it's a really important event to that squad, Nettie.
Yeah, it's their home event. As you say, there are riders from all over Australia. So they're mostly under 23. So a lot of them headed over to Europe this year to gain some valuable racing experience. They were based in Belgium for a number of months and also did some pretty big races over in France. So here we have an attack. It looks like the Bridge Lane colours.
Nettie, it is Amanda Poulsen who has gone on the attack. We asked to go on the attack at the start line, and Pete, she has delivered. It hasn't even taken half a lap for Amanda Poulsen to go on the charge.
Awesome to see. Nice early attack. We're not going to just roll around for 30 minutes. We're actually going to get some great criterium racing. Now already you said, I like what you said there, Maddie. What you say is what you do, which we're seeing it right now.
Yeah, and it looks like last year's winner, Ella Simpson, straight on the wheel. So she's from the ARA Skip Capital cycling team. She doesn't want this breakaway to get away.
Looks like Meg McDonald is also trying to respond to make sure that she can stay on terms. Amanda Poulsen making her way across the Garth Proud Bridge. In fact, that is Jess Pratt who's responding to try and go across. She's another rider who we always see in breakaways. GWM tank leading them through. Amanda Poulsen living up to the request of being the first to go on the attack. Nice to see the Dane, now based in Sydney, making the early move. Rachel Wales is the one that leads them down to the bottom corner. And Nettie, it's dried out, but there's still a few wet patches. You be cautious through that corner.
Yeah, we still have 30 minutes of racing to go, so it's not worth taking risks at this point. I would still be waiting for a bit more heat out there before these roads dry off to make any risky manoeuvres.
Well, what a morning it's been for we had our Super Kids try, and of course the Tinjarana special try, but Super Saturday does start with the GWM Australian Open Criterium, 30 minutes of riding, plus 3 laps. Some of the best riders, as we said. We've got a great afternoon coming up.
Looks like the colours of the Balmoral Cycling Club. Once again, followed closely by ARA Skip Capital. So it's interesting to see that ARA are not doing the attacks, but they are responding to the attacks. Matt, what do you think of that?
Well, they've got the big favourites within the race, so if there is a break that goes, they just have to make sure they've got at least one rider in that move. They're the team with the most pressure on them because they are the team with the biggest names in the race, and they've got big numbers also.
And if they're not in that move, it means that they're going to have to do a lot of work to bring it back. So sometimes it's easier just to be there, then make your way across. And once you're there, you can reassess the situation, decide if you want to work. But if you're not there, there's a lot of work to do to close that on your own.
A super aggressive start to the race. This is just the second lap, and we've seen the second attack already. A big reaction coming at the front of the peloton. The GWM tank all decked out in the Garmin Noosa Triathlon colours, leading them through. Great to see the club team of Balmoral going through. Quinn Finlay it is that leads them through at the front. At the head of the peloton, that is Megan Moore, who's at the head of affairs. Quick chance to take a look across the shoulder to see what sort of damage is being done.
So Lucinda Stewart is the rider from ARA Skip Capital, so she is hot on the wheel there. So she has signed a wonderful contract with the Live Alula Jayco development team. So that's very exciting for her. She'll do 2 years with those colours next year and in 2026. So yeah, she's a youngster with a lot of talent.
And she's worked really hard. One of her advantages growing up is she had 2 older brothers that would never let her win. But she still won. She often got the better of her brothers, and it's great to see her older brothers in the way that they've supported her throughout her career. Her father was an elite cyclist as well, and she's got what you would like, Nettie, race smarts. She can win races when she's not the strongest.
She's got a bit of a kick on her. She's typically known for a sprint, but yeah, she's pretty good at navigating that bunch as well, weaving through the gaps and being in the right place at the right time.
Well, we noticed Maddie and Nettie that the course is starting to dry up, even at the top end there over the first 2 to 3 laps. We have seen the course dry. Fingers crossed we do get it as we see another attack.
Well, I initially put my cap on to keep the raindrops off my glasses. I've now got the cap on to try and stay out of the sun. And we're almost putting in a request, Pete and Nettie, to get some sunscreen lotion down here. It's warm in Noosa.
Yep, I'm all lathered up. Part of the Marta Smiling for Smitty crew. They have some free sunscreen. Go check them out. They're in the expo.
And it is the defending champ, or not the defending champion, it's her teammate. It's Sophie Edwards, the Commonwealth Games gold medalist from the team's pursuit. She represented Australia this year at the Olympic Games in Paris. She kept company there in the team's pursuit, but she wants to go individual pursuit this time around.
I don't know about you, Matt, but I would not be letting this one get an inch on the rest of the peloton. She has a lot of power in those legs. She's not known for her time trialing. She's known for her track. So who knows? But it's a long way out there. We're only 9 minutes into the race, so still another 21 minutes before the 3 laps to go. However, she's incredibly strong, so I really wouldn't take that risk.
And really good teamwork as well. We've spoken about ARA Skip Capital with their big numbers. Sophie Edwards is off the front by herself. Sitting in second position in the peloton is her teammate, Rachel Wales. And that is a key role for the individual to be able to win, is that work being done by her teammate in the peloton.
Yeah, so they have the numbers. So what they'll do is they'll just be sitting there. You can see them patrolling the front of the race. So now it's up to the other individuals or the Balmoral cycling team to start either closing this gap or bridging across to it. And so if you're one of the teammates of Sophie out the front, you'll be making sure that nothing else goes away. You're going to be trying to stop the chase and disrupt it from bringing her back.
Imogen Francis at the front trying to lead the charge within the peloton. Big task for someone like Imogen, Nettie, because she doesn't have any teammates. She's there on her own.
Yeah, so she is pretty new to the sport. So she comes from triathlon. So I'm sure there's a few triathletes out here who know her. So she's from Brisbane, and she took herself over to Europe this year for a couple of months, got an opportunity to race with the Duca Academy. And yeah, she's looking for other opportunities. She's got a bit of a time trial background from her triathlon days, so that's why I think she's on the front. So it'll be exciting to see what's in store for her.
This is Imogen Francis leading the peloton through. It's around about an 8-second advantage now for Sophie Edwards. The pre-race favourite, wearing number 1, an Olympian in Paris this year. She's taken the race by the scruff of the neck. It's Amanda Poulsen, who sits in second spot within the peloton. She'll be no doubt looking for an opportunity to try and go off the front and get across to Sophie Edwards.
Yeah, and you can see the pace is starting to heat up now. There are gaps opening up as they come out of these U-turns. So you can just see squeezing in there, hanging on the back.
You mentioned, Eddie, that you rode this race in 2016 after having a holiday following the Rio Olympics. What a rude awakening a 30-minute criterium is.
Yeah, I didn't think it through. I think I had a lot of people say, oh, the course will suit you. And then when you went out there and realised just how much power you have to put through those pedals to get back up to speed, it was a bad decision, shall we say.
The course, Pete, suited a fit Nettie Edmondson. She's playing herself down. She was a silver medalist at the Olympics in London, a 3-time world champion as well. Lots of courses suited Nettie Edmondson.
I tell you what, she still looks pretty fit now. We're going to see what she can do. Also coming up later on this afternoon in our celebrity try. How are you feeling? You've got a good team. Luke McKenzie, 9 times Ironman champion, knows how to hurt. You've got a good team.
Yeah, we certainly do. Yeah, so the pressure is on. I think I'm the weak link in this leg. So I think all the celebrities are out the back now getting organised, getting their numbers on. So yeah, this is always a fun event where you can see some celebrities. Some of them are current, some are retired, some are wannabe like me. I think I snuck in there. I kind of pulled some strings to pretend, but no, it's a good event, and yeah, I can't wait to line up with my strong teammates.
Sophie Edwards with a check across the shoulder. She still leads the charge, and the gap looks fairly stable to what it was last time around. It was 8 seconds the last time through. The gap is now 9 seconds. But the pace has backed off significantly at the front of the peloton. That's good news for Sophie Edwards.
Yeah, so she's getting into her rhythm. She's needs to start to settle in, because if she wants this, she's going to be out there for another 20 minutes at least. So as you say, the road is starting to get blocked. You've got a sea of blue at the front as her teammates are trying to block the momentum.
And the defending champion, Alice Simpson, the teammate of Sophie Edwards, she was the rider right at the front of the peloton, putting the brakes on essentially, trying to make the peloton go as slow as she could possibly get away with.
Yeah, we can see them looking around. Who's going to go? As soon as one person goes off the front, they're going to spring into action. So it's quite intimidating when they start riding like a team. Because if you're out there by yourself, it's a hard work. You're either on the front doing the work or trying to get a gap without anyone on your wheel. Because if you go away in that middle of that breakaway and you have someone from her team, they're likely going to sit on your wheel and not help you get across. So it's pretty tricky now that this gap is there and starting to open up.
Well, the action's starting to heat up in the GWM, Australian Open Criterium for Women. We've got the men coming up later on this afternoon. We've got our celebrity try. And we're going to wrap up Super Saturday with the ASICS Bolt, the fastest middle distance runners in Australia, both male and female, will hit Noosa Parade. That's our final event of Super Saturday.
So Sophie Edwards still off the front on her own. As Pete mentioned, the men's race coming up later on, where we've got Caden Groves in action, who for the last 2 years has won the green jersey, the points classification at the Volta d'Espanya. Jared Drisners is in there as well. He debuted at the Tour de France this year. And Blake Quick, who rides for the Jacob Alula squad. Here comes Sophie Edwards, charging through the start-finish line again as the main peloton make their way across Garth Proud Bridge. And Pete, there's been a reaction from the peloton because they're starting to get concerned about the size of the breakaway for Sophie Edwards. On the teamwork, Nettie, we saw coming down through the peloton, we're able to stand right at the finish line. Rachel Wales making the call across the road to Sophie Edwards, up, up. Easy to say, hard to do.
Yeah, interesting comment. So yeah, she needs a little bit more from Soph. She said that it's getting a little bit close. We want a little bit more of a gap. So here they are. You can see on the screens, the pace is strung out, which means that the pace is on. We've got Balmoral Cycling Club in the light purple on the front. They're starting to bring this one back. They've only got around 15 to 20 minutes now. So yeah, I would. It's either got to be a 15 to 20 minute time trial with your team, or we're going to see some more people trying to break off the front. What do you reckon, Matt? What's your pick?
Oh, it's going to be tough to bring Sophie Edwards back, but the numbers are against her. And we're starting to see some momentum now from the peloton. And with the Balmoral cycling team, with their new kit at the front, they're leading the charge. Lucy Stewart sitting smartly in second spot. Then Amanda Paulson is the third one around the corner. If Sophie Edwards does get caught, the big question then is, Nettie, who is the next to go on the attack? And will it be ARA Skip Capital once again?
I think it will be, but it's just a matter of who. So who's in a good spot, who's got the momentum. But yeah, as you say, timing it is very important.
We're about to get the whistle, the midway point for the first of the intermediate sprints with a small cash prize to be able to pick up. It is Sophie Edwards who is still off the front, but a huge reaction coming from the peloton. And with cash on offer the next time through, the whistle for Sophie Edwards. Cash prize to come the next time around. She's had a maximum gap of 11 seconds. The gap is now down to 7 seconds. And it's number 7, Quinn Finlay, who is doing the chasing of the purple colours of Balmoral.
Yeah, it's a tough circuit because you can see exactly where Sophie is. So it's if it was on a bigger circuit where there's trees and things, then sometimes you lose momentum. You're not as inspired to chase because you think that the gap's bigger than it is. But the fact that they can see each other across every time they pass is really difficult.
Quinn Finlay it was on the front doing the chasing. Her club mate, Meg McDonald, was at the back just trying to hold on. That's frustrating, isn't it, Nettie? When one of your teammates is causing you all the trouble at the back. But they've got to cause trouble because they need to catch Sophie Edwards.
Exactly. There's no time to mess around. They need to put the power down. She will probably stay out there for this sprint win. But, yeah, they need to start bringing this gap down. Otherwise, I'll be saying see you later. And congratulations, Sophie.
Sophie Edwards through the top corner. She's still holding on to a margin of roughly 6 or 7 seconds. The pace has come off significantly in the peloton.
Well, the first of the preems coming on through the GWM arch here at the GWM Australian Open Criterium for women. 30 minutes of racing, 3 extra laps on top. The first preem, a little bit of money. Going to go home to our race leader. She comes over the Garth Proud Bridge. This is exciting racing, Matt and Nettie.
Sophie Edwards just about inside of the GWM start-finish line to pick up the first and only of the minute sprint preems, the cash prize in the women's race. There's also $5,000 up for the winner of the women's race, $5,000 as well for the winner of the men's race. Edwards leads through, some cash in the pocket. How big is the gap this time around? And Nettie, it looks like the gap has opened up.
Oh, no. Wow, that is so interesting because it looked like they were starting to bring it back, but then a bit of hesitation and they've decided to sit up. Yeah.
Last time through, the gap was 7 seconds. It is now out over 20 seconds. The pace has gone off significantly within the peloton. Alice Simpson sitting at the front, last year's winner. She's very happy with this situation. She's blocking the peloton in support of her teammate.
Yeah, that's it. I'm pretty sure you'll see from that team the goal, number 1 goal is the win. So it doesn't matter who, as long as they get their hands up in the air.
And the attack comes from the peloton. It's Quinn Finlay who goes on the charge. One of the Queenslanders, Balmoral Cycling Club, always on the move.
Yeah, great to see her be so aggressive out there. As you see, Bridge Lane straight on that wheel, followed closely by a couple of ARA Skip Capital riders. So you got to do something though, Matt. If I was out there, I would want to have a crack here. I don't want to sit there and lose that win. The win is what we're all here for, sponsored by the GWM. It's, yeah, $5,000, as you say.
It's a lot of cash for 35 minutes work.
Yeah? Unbelievable.
ARA Skip Capital responding to that move by Quinn Finlay. Once again, it looks as if it is the very cagey Lucy Stewart who's marked that attempt to try and close it down on her teammate.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see what she decides to do, whether she wants to sit on that wheel and get dragged along or whether she wants to work and try and stay away to get the second and third. So you want the win, that's number 1. So maybe she'll work and let it sit in the middle. I think it's risky to bring it back because then all of a sudden it's up for grabs, the win's up for grabs. So yeah, here come the tactics.
One of the great elements of cycling, sometimes it's not the strongest rider who wins the race, but the smartest rider. Sophie Edwards with almost a 20-second gap the last time around. It's been cut down significantly as Finlay is doing a fantastic chase. The gap now at 15 seconds. In fact, it's Rachel Wales who's there in second spot marking the move. Also trying to go across this knee. Paul Slow, she's there up in third position. She's trying to close it down as well. A moment's indecision, and that's an opportunity for the gap to open again.
That's it. So it was strung out, it's starting to come back, but yeah, we need to keep this momentum. If they want this to come back, they need to keep the pressure on. They need to keep attacking or trying to close it down. And the reason why it comes down quite quickly when they want it to is because when you're in a bunch, you get to sit on the wheels, which means that you're doing about 35% less effort than the person on the front. And if you are in the third wheel, it's even bigger than that. So if you stay protected in a bunch, you can reserve that energy system. So Sophie's out the front doing all of that work by herself this entire time. Everyone in the bunch should be feeling a bit better unless it's super aggressive with sprints stopping and starting again. So it's a bit of a risk. So if you're a sprinter, you might be sitting in the bunch going, nah, I'm going to wait, and hope it comes back. But that's the reason why these time gaps can change so quickly.
So Sophie Edwards still off the front. She's been out in front now for more than half the race. The maximum lead she has had has been 20 seconds. Pete Murray, this would be a big win if she can hold them off.
Oh, we like seeing a nice aggressive ride, and we're seeing it from our race leader. She said, Maddie, for around 15 minutes or so, she's been up the front. She comes through. We'll get a time split on our race leader here to the chase group. The clock's set. I think she's going to be around that 15 seconds or so.
Got the stopwatch running, Pete. We'll get the exact time check this one around. It's been fluctuating from 10 seconds. It's been as much as 20 seconds as the peloton comes into sight. The gap now is 20 seconds once again. Again, the Balmoral colours, the old kit for the Balmoral Cycling Club now on the front. And again, the teammates of Sophie Edwards sitting in second spot. Pratt then in third position. Nettie, you're here as one of the greats of Australian cycling, but also as an ambassador for Smiling for Smitty, an organisation you've been involved with for a few years now.
Yeah, I certainly am. I've got the big I Love Smiling for Smitty t-shirt on. So if you're not sure what that is, it's a group of cyclists and triathletes that are raising funds for the MARTA Foundation. So they're one of the main sponsors here at this event, and that's because they're here raising money. So there are 350 Smiling for Smitty participants that will be out there tomorrow. They'll be wearing the white, blue, and red. And those 350 cyclists, triathletes, they have all raised over $520,000 already in this event alone for cancer research. So it's absolutely gobsmacking. They could do that type of effort from the one event. So if you see them out there, give them a cheer, give them a wave. They're doing an incredible thing for an amazing charity, the Smiling for Smitty for the MARTA Foundation.
It will be impossible to miss the Smiling for Smitty crew tomorrow. They're decked out in the all blue. Nettie will be amongst it. So too will one of the greats of Australian cycling on the road, Richie Port, one of just 2 Australians to have reached the podium inside the top 3 in the general classification at the Tour de France. So 21 seconds was the gap the last time around for Sophie Edwards. The peloton make their way across Garth Proud Bridge. Edwards smartly conserving her energy into the corners, Nettie.
Yeah, so she'll have a lot smoother ride than the ones out there in the peloton. So she can just ease off the pedals a bit, come into the corner, build up, and then settle into a pace. The ones that are in the peloton are going to slow down, braking, especially for the back, and then have to do a lot higher power to get back up to speed. But I did notice a bit of a grimace on her face as she came through that lap. Did you see that?
I did see that. Megan Moore was on the front of the peloton. The gap, exactly the same as it was the last time around. Pete Murray, the gap is 21 seconds.
Oh, I tell you what, as a former triathlete, I love seeing this aggressive riding. She's not backing off. The peloton have got to start acting soon, Nettie. They've got to start making the decision. Are we going to shut the gap down, or are we going to let her ride up the road?
Yeah, so she finished the Olympic Games. So she got a 7th place, Australian record as part of the Australian team pursuit. She's come straight home, but I'm not sure if she's done much riding. So it'd be really interesting to ask her afterwards just how much she's kept in fitness for this event.
Well, the GWM Australian Open Criterium for women, 26 minutes on the race clock, so not too far away till we ski to the final 3 laps. The big question is, can she hold off this challenge? Stay tuned. All the action on Super Saturday here at the Garmin Noosa Tri Weekend.
We've had I'm not sure if it's a crash or if an unclip. Looks like it could have been, but she looks like she's up and moving. Chain is off, that's right. All right.
Megan Moore, she was the rider that was at the front of the peloton the last time through. So she'll get one lap out to correct that mechanical problem and rejoin the main peloton. Sophie Edwards through once more. The last 2 laps, her advantage has been 21 seconds.
Yeah, she's holding that pretty well, actually. She's looking pretty good. We're 27 minutes in, so it's 30 minutes plus 3 laps, so not too far to go. The question will be whether the teams back in the peloton want to get together and bring this back, but they're going to have to move quick.
Well, the gap is growing. It's already out to 25 seconds. It was 21 seconds the last time through. It is 31 seconds this time through. And it's Vanessa Nafra who is on the front. She's got number 13, Nettie, and she's turned one of them upside down. She doesn't want the bad luck.
Yeah, that's a bit of a trend in cycling. So is it lucky or is it unlucky? But you'll often see one of the numbers upside down just in case.
Well, the tempo of Sophie Edwards, it has not changed once. The gap keeps fluctuating. It's been 10 seconds, it's been 20 seconds, it's been 13 seconds, it's now 31 seconds. Her consistency is destroying the peloton.
That's it, and maybe that's enough to mentally put the other riders out. Maybe psych them out with the fluctuation when they put that effort in, when they bring it back and then it just goes straight back out. Maybe that's enough to psych them out.
Probably only a few minutes away before they come to get the 3 laps remaining. And the riders out there, they'll have the Garmin on the go. They'll be seeing the clock. They'll be anticipating when the 3-lap board comes out. And for Sophie Edwards, this will be a significant way to round out what has been a big year for her.
Well, Sophie Edwards over the Garth Proud Bridge coming on through the GWM. Come on, folks, put your hands together. We're seeing a great, solid ride from this young lady. The 3-lap board is up. The 3 laps to go. Come on, Noosa, make some noise at the roundabout. Let's pump this up. Sophie Edwards comes out with 3 laps to go.
Get behind our Olympian, 7th at the Olympics this year in Paris. She's an Australian record holder. She's only got 2.5 laps left of this race. She's been away for the last 15 minutes. What an absolute effort from Sophie Edwards of South Australia.
The last lap around, the gap was 31 seconds. This time through, it is 28 seconds. It's the mauve colours of Balmoral on the front, chasing Sophie Edwards from ARA Skip Capital. But Sophie has got a teammate sitting in second spot, Lucy Stewart, and she's waiting to pounce for the sprint, Nettie. She wants to round out the podium if they don't catch her teammate.
That's it. They pay down to 5th. So I think they'll be pretty hungry to get on this podium too. So 2nd and 3rd to get on this podium. It's still up for grabs, but you can see a bit of a reaction from Balmoral Cycling Club.
I can't recall, Pete, many times in the Criterium, seen a breakaway this long hold off to the finish and be successful.
Oh, you kind of got your fingers crossed now that she does hold off this challenge. But as you said, it's fluctuating. Up to 30 seconds at one stage. Now down to 28. Is there enough real estate to shut that 28 seconds down? That's the big question.
Oh, they have to get moving, get organised really quickly. It's the teammates, though, of Sophie Edwards who keep interrupting the chase. They're riding really smartly. Sophie goes over the Garth Proud Bridge once again. This time through, she'll get 2 laps to go. And Nettie, she'll be starting to taste the victory.
Yeah, 2 laps to go. That sounds pretty good. I think that's about, it's about 2 kilometres. Yeah, so that's, she's known for her 4-kilometre team pursuit. This is within her team pursuit race of choice. So This is looking very possible for Sophie.
2 laps to go for Sophie Edwards. She wears number 1, which is a number that gets worn with honour, but it's a number that also comes with pressure. She is up to the task so far today. Last lap around, the gap was 28 seconds. And it looks like it's still going to be stable. It might be even more than 28 seconds this time through. Nettie, the peloton racing for 2nd and 3rd.
Yeah, I think this is a bit too big to bring back now. So yeah, I'll be looking for a sprint. So where do you want to be placed if this is going to be a sprint finish to get 2nd and 3rd? Where do you want to be in top 5? Where do you want to be as you come around that final corner over the Garth Proud Bridge? I'd be starting to think about that. But it looks like ARA Skip Capital are taking control.
Oh, they're on to try and round out the podium. They have the winner from last year, Ella Simpson, on the front. She's controlling the tempo. The gap was 32 seconds. They're lining up for a clean sweep.
That's it. So they've got 4 riders on the front. They're going to be sitting there doing a bit of a lead out. They would have chosen a couple of riders that they wanted to lead out. They might go for 2, which means they'll leave it late, leave a fast finish, and hopefully get the 2 on the podium. But you'll always, if you end up doing the lead out too early, then it's always about getting that final rider on to the podium. So who knows? Who knows what we're going to get?
ARA Skip Capital at the front of the peloton. They're really confident in the 32-second gap for Sophie Edwards, who next time through will get the bell lap. They are dominating the front of the peloton. They're occupying the first 4 positions. And there's been a fall down towards the back of the peloton, and it is the rider from Balmoral. It is Vanessa Nafre, who has been doing some of the chasing. She's been active throughout the race.
I know, such a shame, because we've only got 1.5 laps to go. I'm not sure if she'll be able to get back on into the bunch in time, but she's back up and racing, and that's what is most important.
The bell sounds for Sophie Edwards. She has not put a foot wrong. 1 kilometre to go. If she was out on the open road, she'd be underneath the Flamme Rouge. Get behind her. Sophie Edwards has dominated this race.
She certainly has. She's got about half a lap to go, so cheer on as she comes through. We have the peloton coming along. They'll get 1 lap to go. ARA Skip Capital on the front.
30 seconds is the gap. Jessica Pratt now starting to position herself into a good position to try and get on the podium. A little sketchy through the bottom corner.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. We're talking about when is it worth taking the risk. So as we came out of that last corner, you could see there was a slight slide of the front wheel, but Ella Simpson did a great job to keep it up. So they're all safely through. There's 1 final corner to go.
The rider from the Balmoral Club, who has had a small touchdown, number 13, Vanessa Nafre. A good performance by her. Brave to get back on and try and finish the race. Edwards through the top corner. It's all straight and home sailing from here.
That's it. You can see that final effort. She's putting the head down. You can see the body rocking and rolling. This is a lot further than her 4-kilometre team pursuit from the Olympic Games this year. But it looks like she's going to come up to the finish line and take home the $5,000 cash prize from GWM.
And who will join her on the podium? It's her teammates, led by Ella Simpson, rounding the top corner. Sophie Edwards over the Garth Proud Bridge. Downhill past the Garmin Beach Club, the VIP area, the Olympic Games representative, Commonwealth Games gold medalist, Australian record holder. It's time to celebrate. Sophie Edwards is the winner of the GWM Australian Criterium. A dominant performance. Wearing number 1, she finishes in position number 1. Who joins her on the podium? The sprint is on. Lucy Stewart opens up. She's trying to make it a 1-2 finish for ARA Skip Capital. Pratt is getting into the mix. It is 1-2-3 for ARA. It is Lucy Stewart in 2nd. 3rd position going to Amelia Sanders.
Wow, that was an epic finish. You could see them just holding on. They did everything they could to stay at the front of the bunch. Amelia, she's the youngster. I think she's just joined the team for this back half of the season. Yeah, so Emily Sanders, 17 years old. So she's signed with ARA Skip Capital, which is going to be an under-19 team next year. But yeah, so she's done a brilliant job to finish 3rd on that podium. So Lucinda Stewart in 2nd. But our winner, our Australian Australian record holder, Olympian and Commonwealth Games gold medalist, Sophie Edwards.
A full team experience. We've got you all together. You may as well stick around. Sophie, not very sociable, that ride by you today.
No, look, normally I'm a bit of a sprinter. I was hoping to kind of set up one of the other girls to the move, and then when I saw them all blocking the bunch, letting me go, I was like, oh, girls, come on, that's not fair. This isn't my job.
Did you see at one point, Ella was sitting about second wheel, and she looked across at you and she went, up, up? Easy for her to say.
Yeah, I know, right. Well, she won it doing the exact same thing last year. It was so strong, so really inspired by her ride last year, and really good to pull off a full podium with the team as well.
And Ella, having won it last year, do you enjoy watching the team dominate?
Yeah, I was glad it wasn't me out the front on my own. I know how hard that is, so it was nice to just sit in and enjoy the ride.
And Lucy, one of your last races with the team before joining the Jaco Alula development squad.
Yeah, no, it's been really good getting to know these girls and race alongside them, and what a way to finish off our time with the team.
Well, time to celebrate. 3 of you on the podium. Brilliant. Congratulations, Sophie.
Thank you so much, Matt.
Put your hands together for Sophie Edwards and the entire ARA Skip Capital team. Lucy Stewart in second position. Amelia Sanders at just 17 years of age in third place. One of her first rides with the squad. A huge performance by her. Big smile on her face as well, rightly so.
When you move your body, you take your mind to an amazing place. Spreading positivity to the world around you. Move your mind with ASICS. ASICS. Sound mind, sound body.
The day is shining, I can't wait. There ain't no hiding, and I'm dancing on a new horizon. I can't wait, I can't wait no more.
That women's criterium, I am so glad that the temperatures are heating up here, but we are coming up for our second event of Super Saturday, the Celebrity Triathlon. I got to say, I'm pretty excited, but you have a special guest, Pete.
Oh, I really do. The man himself, one of Australia's best ever cricketers, Glenn McGrath, local legend, Australian legend. Welcome home.
Yeah, no, great to be here. Yeah, we've been up here nearly 3 years now and just love it. So thought this year better make more of an effort and have a bit more of a go on the try.
Mate, the celebrity race, we're going to give you a cricket ball. You're going to not run a cricket pitch, you're going to run 1.5 Ks. How are you feeling? You've got a good team.
Got a very good team. Well, they've not so much a good team. So, yeah, Liz Blatchford and Richie Port. So they're they're going to bring us home, get a lead, and I'll bring us back to the pack. So it should be a bit of fun, though.
Mate, Liz Blatchford, 3 times Ironman Asia Pacific champion, Richie Port, podium at the Tour de France, Glenn McGrath, bowled many wickets. It sounds like a good team. But Glenn, yesterday at Noosa Beach, the ASICS Noosa Breakfast Fun Run, a sea of pink, all supporting the McGrath Foundation. It was an awesome way to start Friday morning.
Oh, unbelievable. Just to see everyone turn up in pink in the way they support it each year is absolutely phenomenal. And the money that's raised, you see on the screen there now, just the sea of pink. It's the way everyone comes behind it and supports it. I think everyone knows someone that's close to them, either a family member or a close friend that's been through or going through breast cancer. So they have that connection. And we're about support for people going through it now. And the money raised is making a massive difference to a lot of people's lives.
And as we see this afternoon, we've got some Australian celebrities. Yesterday we saw Kai Hurst, we saw Kenny Wallace, Olympic gold medalist Matt Keenan, our own man. His family have gone through cancer. He's lost his mum, lost his auntie. Cancer does affect so many people. But McGrath Foundation, you've funded over 230 nurses for those families.
Yeah, exactly right. And by the end of this year, that number will be over 250. So, you know, the word cancer and the fear that's associated with that is just horrendous. And to have someone there every step of the way, as much or as little as you need them, to know what's coming up next, a shoulder to cry on, or just help you make informed decisions makes a massive difference. So very proud of our nurses. They've supported over 143,000 families and individuals across this great country of ours. So incredibly proud of our nurses.
Mate, you are a local. You do call the Sunshine Coast home. The Garmin Noosa Tri, 13,000 people are racing over these last couple of days. It's quite incredible. It is the largest Olympic distance race in the world, and it's a very special part of the Noosa tradition.
Yeah, it is, and it's massive. I think 13,000 people will be doing that tomorrow. Yeah, it's a bit traumatic, isn't it, for someone doing their first triathlon and starting off early. But yeah, looking forward to it. It's a massive event here. It brings a lot of people, a lot of dollars to this great city, and yeah, it's massive. Looking forward to it.
We talked about Friday. We talked about today. But tomorrow, Glenn McGrath, full lycra, swim, bike and run for the very first try. Are you looking forward to it?
Yeah, I'm actually looking forward to it. So I wish I'd done a little bit more training, which I guess everyone says that. But my first one, I'm looking forward to getting in the water, getting underway, and yeah, it's going to be pretty special.
Mate, we can't wait to see you this afternoon. We can't wait to see you tomorrow. We are going to go over to... Very soon, we're going to have some more superstars coming on in. We've got Miles Stewart there, Pete Jacobs, 2012 world champion, Emma Carney, 2 times world champion here as well, Simon Thompson, Luke McKenzie, 9 times Ironman champion, Kai Hurst, 2 times Olympian, Madam Butterfly, come over here, the beautiful Susie O'Neill. Welcome, Susie. How you going?
Good, yeah, great. Lutzi said to tell you that we got 4th in the relay at the World Masters in our radio team. He let us down.
One thing at the Masters Games, you won the World Championships in 50 to 54?
50 to 54, yeah. I was the younger of the age group. I wasn't even 50 yet because I was turning 50 that year. So, yeah, it was good fun, actually. More fun than I anticipated.
Susie, you've been back to Noosa year after year after year. Your family, your husband Cliff, your son Billy is the youngest athlete racing tomorrow at 15 years of age.
Oh, I think that's the other Susie O'Neill's grandson.
Oh, okay. That worked really well. All right, we're going to throw over anyway. Thanks, Susie. Good to see you again. But we are going to throw over to Matt Keenan for the presentation of the GWM Australian Open Criterium for Women. Over to you, Matt.
Thanks, Pete. We're ready to go with the presentations for the 2024 GWM Australian Open Criterium. To assist us with the presentation, we have Leanna Ali from Ironman to present the all-important prize money envelope. And from the Noosa Council, we have Councillor Jessica Phillips to present the flowers. And Jessica, thanks for hosting us once again here in Noosa. It is a spectacular place for a bike race. We are going to kick it off with the winner of the intermediate sprint preem, and that went to the South Australian, who spent the whole day out there on her own. Put your hands together for Sophie Edwards. And you need to hop back off because we need the big introduction when you get back on. Rounding out the podium in 3rd position from ARA Skip Capital, the youngest rider in the race from Queensland. Please welcome Amelia Sanders. ARA Skip Capital, they're taking home all the prize money. In second position from Victoria, also part of ARA Skip Capital, one of her final races with this team. Second position, 6-time Australian Junior Champion, Lucy Stewart. And in first place, once again, from ARA Skip Capital, she hails from South Australia. She's an Australian record holder, an Olympic representative, a Commonwealth Games gold medalist, and the winner of the 2024 GWM Australian Criterium, Sophie Edwards. The top three on the podium, dominated by ARA Skip Capitals. It is Amelia Sanders, Lucy Stewart, Sophie Edwards. The men's race will be coming up later on. That will be followed by the ASICS Bolt. But before that, we have the Celebrity Try, which is not too far away from getting started. Stick with us, Noosa.
Well, we are here joined by Lauren Parker. It is an absolute privilege to have you here at Noosa. You were our flag bearer at the Paralympics in Paris not that long ago. Can you run us through some of those emotions and the experience of what you've been through in those Olympic Games?
Yeah, I mean, competing at the Paris Paralympic Games was just incredible. I had such an amazing experience. It was a long build-up since Tokyo, a long, hard training build-up, and just to take away 2 gold medals and a silver medal, I couldn't be happier.
You have really shone a light on para-triathlon in this country, and I think for triathlon in general, I mean, it is incredible to have someone like you lighting the way, paving the way for our sport and also for para-athletes. But you've also dipped your hand into cycling. I mean, we know you're a phenomenal athlete, but to have that opportunity to go across to 2 sports, you did mention that you might take a little bit more cycling in the near future.
Yeah, I mean, I've had amazing opportunities being able to compete in both sports, in para-triathlon and paracycling. I've had amazing support to be able to do that. And yeah, I'm not sure what's next. I'll continue paracycling and I'll just see what happens with para-triathlon. I've been doing it a long time.
Though we did mention that you did have those 5 World Championships, and this year was something that came so close again. It gave you that hunger, like you said, after Tokyo, to come away and take that gold the way you did in Paris. Is that something that keeps you ignited and in the sport?
Definitely. Like, I had unfinished business for Paris. You know, getting that silver medal at Tokyo by less than a second, I definitely had something to chase, and that's what I did. And yeah, let's see what happens with LA Paralympics. Maybe I'll be there for both sports again.
Well, I definitely think you do need some downtime, but it's not too much downtime because you are taking part today and also tomorrow in a relay. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's so exciting to be here at Noosa and competing today, you know, with such amazing athletes and also tomorrow in a team. It's such an amazing event.
Well, we think it's an absolute privilege to have you here shining the light on this sport. And I think you said Kai Hurst and Simon Thompson, so you're in good company. Is there any tricks of the trade they're going to employ in terms of the team itself?
Oh, it's such an amazing team, isn't it? Yeah, we're just going to go out there and have fun tomorrow and yeah, we'll see what happens. But I haven't trained since Paris, so it's going to be a hard bike ride.
Something tells me the fitness is not going to have gone too far, knowing you. Well, we are very, very happy to have you here. We can't wait for the Celebrity Try to kick off. We wish you all the best. We look forward to seeing you have that rest, that break, and hopefully in LA.
Thanks for having me here. Thank you.
Well, back to you guys. I think they're down on the start. Well, they're already in the water having a little bit of a warm-up. So let's see where these athletes head to and get this Celebrity Try underway.
All right, we are underway with the Celebrity Try. You can see on the big screen there, there's this near the Garth Prow Bridge. The first of our teams will be getting out of the water. They come on the Noosa Parade. They touch the cyclists. They go for their cycle. And then, of course, we do wrap it up with the run. Some of the stars we're going to see out there, we mentioned Richie Port. We've got Benny Hannett. We've got Jan Frodeno. That's right, Jan Frodeno, 3 times Ironman world champion. He's also the 70.3 world champion. He's also the gold medalist Olympian at the 2008 Olympics. Jan Frodeno, probably one of the most recognised triathletes on the planet. Ryan Fisher, Lauren Parker. We mentioned Scotty Pendelhurst is out there as well. The AFL superstar. The big panda, Black Cavalier, I should say. It's Benny Hannett. He's going to go up and do a warm-up. You can't miss Benny. If you want a free ride around the course, jump in behind Benny. A lot of protection from the front. I got supercar driver right here. Last week he was on the Gold Coast in the supercar, 4 wheels. Will Davidson, 4 wheels to 2 wheels today.
Hello, Pete. Yeah, that's right. And I was thinking about it all last weekend. I was excited for this week. So not as much concrete to hit here, but you never know with these hairpins. I don't want to tuck a front on the bike.
Made a bit of family rivalry. Your lovely wife, Rihanna, she's not in your team, but she's going to be against your team. Is there any bragging rights today?
Well, she already got me by 5 seconds in the swim yesterday. So I should claim that I just, keeping the household happy. But no, she's blowing the doors off me at the moment.
All right, Will Davidson. We follow over here, Damo. This big man, Benny Hannett, he's been at Noosa for year after year. Mate, the family are racing tomorrow, but the big dad out there today in the Celebrity Try.
Oh, it's always a special one, this one with the crowd out here. And the competitive juices come back out again. It's so good seeing all the different athletes competing on the highest stage. They come back here. And it's funny, we all have a good time. It's a lot of fun. But what's the serious side to come out? It's going to be exciting. Bit of hustle and bustle. And this is what it's all about.
Mate, I see you've lost a bit of weight for the race today. Race favourite.
I lost it yesterday, but I found it this afternoon, yeah. So the KFC, a bit of McDonald's, but all the good stuff. Ready for tomorrow as well. Obviously, my kids are racing against me tomorrow, so the title might get moved on from me to one of my sons.
All right, well done, Benny Hannett. The Brisbane Lions, the premiers for 2024 AFL. Mate, grand final win today, Celebrity Try.
Yeah, pretty excited. Good to be here. A few fans here, so yeah, very excited.
The 2024 grand final highlight of your career?
Yeah, definitely. This probably ranks just as up there.
Well, do your helmet up. Get ready to rock and roll. We're going to see you out on that road real soon in our Celebrity Try. So back up near the Garth Prow Bridge, you can see our athletes now starting to warm up. The final minutes instruction. We've got Pete Jacobs. He'll be swimming for one of the team. Gold medalist in the kayaks, Ken Wallace, who's got the swim record here in Noosa for our Celebrity Tries. Miles Stewart, former world champion, triathlete, also Olympic athlete, will be one of our swimmers as well. And we've also got David Luttrell, better known as Lutsy, off the 106.9. Ryan Fisher is Olympian, he'll be swimming as well. Luke McKenzie, a 9 times Ironman champion. What a great sight it is. The rain's gone away, the sun's come out, and very, very soon we're going to see our Celebrity Try here at the Garmin Noosa Try get underway. Our transition has got some great, amazing sports people. Rihanna Cronin there, Will's Davidson's wife. We are underway for race start. A quick dive straight into the stroke, Emma, and look at them go. The pace is on.
I was actually surprised it was a clean start. I definitely have to say we have seen a few people jump the gun and take it away. But I do feel like the teams have actually really got together. I feel like when we first started this, it was a little bit trying to put people in uncomfortable positions, put them outside in a leg that they weren't as, probably as familiar with. But I feel like everyone's playing to their strengths.
Over the years, we've seen some, as we said in your introduction, some cheating, some course cutting, but the swim is straight down the middle of the canal. One year, we actually saw people running along the sand, trying to get a shortcut. So we do see it. But Kenny Wallace last year, even though he was a kayak gold medalist on top of the water, was the first swimmer out.
I think that strength, that upper body strength and that cardio is something that never leaves you. So I think they're highly adaptable athletes, and it's like all of these guys here, they're fit, and when the competition gun goes off, I think there's no friends anymore. So I think everybody realises that blueprint's still there.
It's a short swim, it's a fast swim. When they come out of the water, they'll come onto Noosa Parade. They go down around the GWM roundabout. They'll come to their riders. They tag their riders. 3 laps of riding. Look at some of the riders there. There's a lot of talk. Is there a lot of speed?
Well, there's a lot of nice talk, friendly faces at the moment, but I can tell you, as soon as everybody comes in, there is absolutely none of that. So, yeah, they're all amazing riders in their own right, and it's going to be hot and fast, and I think, we're going to see some really fast riding and running.
All right, usually on the microphone at the V8 and the supercars for Fox Sports, Rihanna Crennan. How you feeling, beautiful?
Well, look, this is the best part of the weekend, isn't it? Plenty of fun. Look at all the gurus that we're up against. Liam and I, we're supporting the media side.
Yeah. Representing the less capable athletes out here. It's important to give us a crack.
All right, Rihanna, 5 seconds up on Will yesterday. Today, 2 different teams. Who's got the bragging rights?
Huge win yesterday in the household. Took the win. First time I've ever taken a win up against Will, and probably the last. But look, we'll see how we go. We're not competitive at all in our household. No, not at all.
Oh, it's great to see you. Will is shaking his head in disagreement over there. But anyway, the Super Celebrity Race is underway. Very shortly, Emma, we're going to see him come up out of the swim, and there'll be fast and furious action. Will Davidson, who said supercar, now a super bike on there. We got Nettie, who just commentated the women's criterium, giving Benny Haddett some tips. Try hang on, Benny. Just try hang on. As he just go faster, push the pedals.
Did she say hold on to her wheel?
All right, so the first of the swimmers, they come out. You go through the ASIC arch. This is Kai Hurst. Kai Hurst, of course, a 2 times Olympic athlete, Kellogg's Nutrigrain champion, and still looking fit and strong. Away he goes. Ryan Fisher tags Lauren Parker. This is the great little race coming up here. Lauren Parker, Pete Jacobs, the 2012 Ironman World Champion. Susie O'Neill swam butterfly that swim, I think. She got 4th out.
I think there's a disqualification there, isn't he, on the bike before
Didn't cross the mountain line. Oh, Emma Snowsill. Luke McKenzie comes out as well. Oh, they're coming out. Simon Thompson. He tags Rihanna Crennan. Will's going, come on, I can't let my wife get too far up that road. Miles Stewart comes on in. What up, Milo? The Brisbane Lions are on the course of the Celebrity Tri. This is Liz Blatchford coming on. She'll tag. Podium at the Tour de France, folks. Richie Ports hits the course. All I can say up front, watch out. Benny Haddett saying, I'm just giving him a head start. Will Davidson might need his supercar very soon. Kai Hurst, first out of the water today, mate. Well done.
Yeah, mate, that was probably the longest one we've done on a Saturday.
It wasn't long, it was just it was fair.
Yeah, a lot more fair. Actually, the tide's going out, so it actually doubled the length that we're supposed to swim, time-wise.
Well, mate, we want you here for as long as we can. We've got Miles Stewart over here, Ryan Fisher. Ryan, how was it?
Oh, mate, that was the hardest 200 metres of my life.
I felt good for 50 metres and then a piano just got on the back.
Miles Stewart, you're huffing and puffing. You're a world champion triathlete today. Celebrity try.
Can't remember that long ago, mate. Oh, that hurt.
Luke McKenzie from Win Republic. He's still huffing and puffing. 9 times world Ironman champion, but today that swim looked pretty tough.
Mate, Kai and PJ just took off. I just copped a whole mouthful of water. And then Susie, man, she came flying over the top of me.
All right, so the first of our riders comes on around. Don't be afraid to clap and cheer, team. Come on, Noosa, make some noise. Up one down. Lauren Parker comes on through as well. Lauren Parker's got a bit of traffic behind her. She'll say goodbye to these guys. As soon as she gets a straight line, she'll wind it back up. Oh, Nettie's really closed that gap really quick there as well. Benny had it on the big screen. Up the top end of the hot dog course, around he goes. Winds it up. His family's racing tomorrow. 3 of his children are doing a team. Another 1 or 2 of them are doing individually. The Brisbane Lions looking super fit, trying to kick a couple of goals today. Richie Port comes on through. It looks like Rihanna Credden. Rihanna Credden saying, I've got Richie Port covered. Don't worry about that one. Lutsy. Oh, we waited 4 minutes to get your breath back and you're still out of puff.
That's hard in the run, Pete. That was ridiculous.
Well, you're usually on the radio. Susie O'Neill, your co-host, she absolutely smashed you.
Was she out? Where was she out? Placed out of the water?
Oh, just on the podium, very close to the podium.
Okay.
Let's just say you're closer to the back of the field than you were to the front.
I was closer to the bottom of the lake.
Hey, make sure you put some sunscreen on as well, buddy. Will Davidson, Supercar, Benny Haddett, NRL legend. Whoa, Will took that nice and close. Hey, Benny Haddett, Will said you've got nothing. Try and catch him if you can. We look over at our runners. We've got Courtney Atkinson, a 3 times Noosa champ. Courtney, how you feeling, buddy?
Well, mate, I'm feeling, I don't know yet. It's not good not warming up and then going out to try and sprint 2K. That's how I'm feeling.
Kenny Wallace is supporting the moustache this year. Gold medals at the Olympic Games on top of the water, but today you're on the road.
I know they're going to put everyone without shaved legs on one side of the field and everyone else with shaved legs on this side, and the moustache. I haven't shaved down for this yet.
It's not even November, or it is November now. Jan Frodeno, 3 times Ironman world champion. You're used to running 42 kilometres off the bike. Today, about 1.5. How are you feeling?
Amazing. My team might just be coming in as the first guys are finishing, so far, so good.
Good on you, Jan. Glenn McGrath is just trying to finalise how many laps do we run? 2? 2 laps only. Timmy Kennett. Here comes Rihanna Credit, still smiling, heading up to, well, probably the final lap as we go through to the Celebrity Triathlon here at the Noosa Tri. Oh, I didn't notice here. 3 times Ironman world champion Rinda Carfrae. How you feeling? Welcome home.
Thank you. I just got here into Noosa like 2 hours ago, so good to be back.
Like Jan, you're used to running for a long, long way. Today's a short way, fast way.
You know what? I'm not used to running that much anymore after our 3rd child. I'm mostly running around after the kids, but yeah, it's good to get out and have a bit of fun.
It's absolutely awesome to see 3 times world champion Rinda Carfrae. Benny Haddett, still on track. He's a big unit. He's got a lot of power.
You may have said it, but the kid Harry Sharp here, Brisbane Lions, becoming a demon next year, was a quality elite schoolboy runner in cross country. He's going to get in about 4th position here. He's got a bit ahead of him, but I'm expecting big things from the boy in the sky blue. The kid Harry Sharp with the mullet.
All right, so they're in the transition. Richie Port. He's trying to find. Glenn McGrath is on course, folks. Harry Sharp, Beth McKenzie goes out as well. Here goes big Kenny Wallace. Scott Pendlebury, 400 games for the Collingwood Magpies. Jan Frodeno wants to get out on this course soon. Oh! Courtney Atkinson heads out onto the course. So does Miranda Carfrae. Two of the greats of Australian and world triathlon right there. Courtney, as we said, 3 times Olympian. 3 times winner here at Noosa, I should say. 2 times Olympian. Rihanna Crenan's all right. It's a little bit of a hiccup coming off the bike. But we send the action up on the big screen. There he is, Scotty Pendlebury. Emma, a lot of fun.
I tell you what, this race is full of action, and these athletes are, like we said, definitely here for the fun, but definitely here to put it on the line. And it's so great to see so many great Australian icons of the sport coming and taking part in this multi-sport festival. Will Davidson is in the pits. We've got a loner over there.
Jan Frodeno is given a big lead here. Here he goes, Benny had it. Jan Frodeno, go, 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 go. I would say it's pretty safe to say the fastest runner on course. It's just started. Jan Frodeno, 3 times Ironman world champion. He's also a 70.3 world champion and, of course, Olympic champion as well. Lauren Parker, great ride today, Loz. The first of 2 laps. He's coming on through. Harry Sharp, sharp by name, sharp by nature. Former Brisbane Lions heading to the Demons. There's no way I could run with him. Oh, he looks strong. On the screen, coming over the Garth Proud Bridge, the lovely Miranda Carfrae, the Aussie, who dominated the Ironman World Championships in Kona, Hawaii. 3 World Championships. She won her races by her run leg. Courtney Atkinson's got the GoPro. Beth McKenzie, now an ultra trail runner as well, won a couple of big races, a couple of 100K races. Glenn McGrath, how are you feeling?
Yeah, no, fucking.
Go, yeah, that's the way, that's the way. I think that's what they call a no ball. Oh, Jan Frodeno's gone through the field. Here he comes. Make some noise, Noosa. Come on, Rinny. Go, Rinny. So on the big screen, one of the most beautiful running styles in the world. Jan Frodeno, but Harry Sharp will go to bring the team home for a win. Luke McKenzie started it. Harry Sharp will finish it. The celebrity try for Noosa 2024, Team Green. Oh, they're celebrating. They're going to rub it in. Luke, Nenny, Harry, the champions of Noosa. Who will wrap up the second place on the podium? Jan Fantino's still getting a lot of airtime. This will be Beth McKenzie coming on in. She looks back. The finish line's in front. Team Lime Green. Lutzy. Hammond. I think a bit of sportsmanship right there. Well done, Courtney Atkinson. Jan Fantino has gone from final place. Scotty Pendlebury comes on in. Great work, Scotty. Jan Fantino clocks off for the afternoon. Emma Snow still having a laugh at her husband, Jan Fantino.
Last place is not a place he likes to be, I have to say.
I don't think there'd be too many races where Jan Fantino started in last place. I'm sure of that one. Lutzy, take the rap for him, please. Benny Hannett, got to work on that bike a bit more, mate.
We just thought we'd hold Jan back. We held him right back like a slingshot. We slingshot him to success.
McGrath, Wallace, it's a photo finish for probably 7th, 8th place. Marinda Carfrae, great job, Rennie. 3 times world champion right there.
Just off of aeroplane, 3 kids, so I don't want to imagine the type of fatigue and jet lag that Rinnie's feeling right now.
I'll tell you what, Em, there'll be a lot of stories tonight around the celebrity finish line. So cool to see. All right, so we need all of our celebrities to come in for a group photo. Richie Ports, Liz Blatchford, Glenn McGrath, Team Blue, great job. Richie Port, of course, joining Matt Keenan for the commentary of the GWM, Australian Open Criterium, and Richie is racing himself tomorrow morning. Lauren Parker, awesome to see. What about that, Noosa? A bit of fun for the Celebrity Tribe for 2024. What about a big round of applause for our celebrities today? So cool to see. Olympic champions, world champions, some radio personalities, V8 supercar drivers. Had it all, Em. Had it all.
No, it's always a great event, this one, and I have to say it's probably the least amount of cheating we have seen at this event. So
I think I only saw one course corner cut, and that was by Glenn McGrath. But we're going to wrap it up here very soon. All right, so we're just going to take a short break. We'll be back with all of the action. The GWM Australian Open Criterium for men. It's going to be 40 minutes of racing, 3 laps, and we'll be back soon with all the action of Super Saturday.
Can't wait. The day is shining. I can't wait. There ain't no hiding. And I'm dancing on a new horizon. I can't wait. I can't wait no more. I can't wait. The day is shining. I can't wait. There ain't no hiding. Yeah, I'm dancing
It is a shame for a person to grow old without seeing the beauty and strength of which their body is capable. You have the tools. You have the knowledge. You have no excuses. Train to perform with Phoenix 8.
Start strength training.
The ultimate smartwatch. Only from Garmin.
Great to be at the Noosa Triathlon. We've seen the celebrities out in action. We've got one of the most important people as part of the Noosa Triathlon. We've got the CEO of Tourism Noosa, Sharon Ragus, with us. Sharon, what a job you've got trying to sell Noosa to the rest of the country and the rest of the world. It's an easy sell.
Oh, it's a really tough gig, I've got to say, Matt. Look, we really do have the best job in the world. We pinch ourselves every day that we get to live here and get to promote this beautiful, beautiful part of the world.
And for you to see an event like this, it must really put a smile on your face where a lot of the work is done and you can watch then across the weekend, people enjoy your part of the world.
Absolutely. And look, I think the figures around between 20 and 30,000 people come to Noosa for this particular event and they stay for about a week. So they're here, they're gearing up, they're being very disciplined before the triathlon, but then afterwards, gosh, they can let their hair down and really enjoy a lovely holiday.
And for people who are the south of the country like myself, what is the most popular shop? Is it the ice cream shop or the real estate board to take a look at and drool and dream?
Well, I'm going to say all of the above, and you're not going to lure me into picking favourites because, you know, Noosa has something for everybody, whether it's absolutely enjoying the beautiful hinterland and going on walks, or whether it's just lying on the beach, having a surf, or enjoying any of the many restaurants that we have here. There's always so much to see and do. Yeah,
you mentioned the hinterland. For people that haven't been to Noosa, they probably just have this image of the beach, which is a beautiful image and it's a great place, but there's a whole lot back behind the beach.
Yeah, there sure is. We've got the most amazing network of trails in behind Noosa and off the main beach, and some really beautiful little country villages as well. And they really love to see people out that way, and the experience is gorgeous.
And you had a really good morning. This morning you were out to see the super kids, the special try.
I did. Matt, last year I was here, a bit of a deer in the headlights, looking at everything and seeing how it all works, because of course I've only been here for a year. This year was different. This year, you know, Fiona said, come on down, Chaz, and volunteer, and I did. I had the most wonderful morning at the kids' super try, doing check-in, helping putting numbers on kids, helping crowd control, getting lost kids back to their parents. It was just so much fun to be a part of it, and on the other side of the fence.
Okay, now, honest answer here. Who was more nervous at the super kids try? Was it the kids or was it mum and dad?
Oh, do you know what? I reckon it was mum and dad. And it was so funny, though, because they get together this little black slip, right? And you've got to present the slip to pick up your child after the event is all over. And the number of parents that went, oh, but only if I have to, right? No, lots of really nervous kids. They were having so much fun, lots of encouragement. And I think that's part of the event that everybody here loves so much. You know, this event is so loved by the community. You know, you only have to look around. You know, they line the streets, they cheer them on. And particularly even this morning at absolute, you know, sparrow's fart. It was 6 o'clock in the morning and the crowd were out there cheering on these kids, and including, you know, the kids that were doing the special try.
That's one of the things about Noosa and the culture in Noosa. I went for a run this morning before going out to the try. I was out at 5:20. I thought I'd have the place to myself. It was busy.
Well, you know, it always is. You know, I think one of the beautiful things about Noosa here is that, you know, it's a great place for a lifestyle. So people come here, they love the environment, but you can't almost help but become active, right? So you're up in the morning, or you're surfing, or you're walking, or you're riding your bike, and it's, you know, you just can't help. And the sun comes up so early here in Queensland too, right? So you may as well make the most of it.
So you've been the CEO of Tourism Noosa now for a little over 12 months.
Correct.
If you're taking the role of coaching a football team, I think it's a lot easier if you take a team that's at the bottom of the ladder because you can only go up. But if you start coaching the team that won the flag last year and you've replaced the premiership coach, it's hard. I actually think you're in a really tough position because you're the premiership tourist destination.
Look, we are, and we hold that, or we try very hard to hold on to that. We really try to position Noosa as, you know, Australia's premier sustainable destination. And in fact, one of the things that most people probably don't know about events like the Noosa Try is that $1 for every entrant into this event goes towards a program that we call Trees for Tourism. So $1 goes towards our partners at Landcare, Noosa Landcare, who then help us to regenerate some of the beautiful hinterland tracks and trails that we have. So whether it's for, restoring wildlife corridors or creating shade trees for our beautiful trails network. $1 from every participant that comes to Noosa for one of our events contributes. So inadvertently, you're giving back and you don't even know it.
Well, I didn't know it. I've been here every year since 2010 and I've learnt something today. I had a chat to the mayor of the local council, Frank Wilkie, a couple of days ago, and he used the phrase in doing the acknowledgement of country for the Cubby Cubby people of treading lightly. And that is something that the people of Noosa really value right across the board.
Yeah, they really do. I think, people don't, when they come to Noosa, they can't quite figure out what it is that's so special about the place, what sets it apart. And when you step back and someone says to you, actually, did you notice there are no city icons? There's no traffic lights, there's no high-rise buildings, there's no big neon signs and billboards, and they go, oh gosh, that's right. And everywhere there are these beautiful green wedges. So, hats off to all of those previous leaders here in Noosa and not only in council, but Noosa Parks Association and many, many others that have done a wonderful job to keep and preserve the very asset that makes it so special.
As a visitor, the net roundabouts are noticeable.
And you know what? I didn't know this, but actually your tyres wear faster on one side to the other.
Brilliant. Well, thanks for hosting us once again. It's an absolute privilege to be here and enjoy Noosa.
Oh, it really is. And for us too, we pinch ourselves every day. Thank you so much. And all the very best to all the athletes for the rest of the event.
Thanks to Sharon and everybody from Tourism Noosa. There's still plenty to come here from the 41st edition of the Garmin Noosa Triathlon. The men's criterium's not too far away. We've then got the ASICS Bolt. But before that, we're going to be talking to the third place finisher from the women's race last year, one of the rising stars of Australian triathlon.
When you move your body, you take your mind to an amazing place. Spreading positivity to the world around you. Move your mind with ASICS. ASICS. Sound mind, sound body.
The day is shining, I can't wait. There ain't no hiding, and I'm dancing on the horizon. I can't wait, I can't wait no more.
Well, welcome back to the Noosa Triathlon, and we are joined by a very nice up-and-comer. The name Hill might be familiar to you. Rochelle Hill, it is an absolute pleasure to have you here today.
Thank you for having me here.
You were our third place last year, is that correct, here at the Noosa Triathlon? Has this been a special event for you on your race calendar since returning to the sport?
Definitely, it was locked in from the get-go. It's probably been the only race actually locked in for me, so I'm really excited to finally arrive at this race.
I mean, we said that we know the name Hill, your mother. I actually competed against her as well, and it's amazing to see you come through. But you actually have had quite a lot of time away from the sport and made a return back to racing, probably by surprise also with your own results.
Oh, 100%. The experiences I've had over this year have been fantastic. Obviously some tough times, but that's a part of the journey.
You have come back into the sport with remarkable results. We were just talking off air about how the season has gone, and you do tend to choose quite a few races. You do tend to choose your own path. Would that be fair to say?
Yep. I feel like I have a real variety of races that I like to target, and I feel like that just kind of prepares me for each race in a different way to like a lot of athletes, and I really like that approach.
And the time away, you said that you weren't just sitting around twiddling your thumbs in those 5 years that you spent away from triathlon. Tell us a little bit about what you did and why you came back into the sport. What was that trigger that made you come and return to such an amazing sport?
Well, I feel I followed the path that a lot of high schoolers do, go straight into uni, figure out like the path career-wise that you want to take. And in doing so, I also started up 3 different jobs. I am really grateful for that time off because I found the love again for the sport in that time. And so starting back with a lot of our local races, it just kind of built a lot of love and motivation to then get a really strong training routine up.
And was the 3 jobs by coincidence? You decided that the juggle is real, you know where you want to go?
A lot of them just kind of popped up and I just jumped at them. And one of them, I started my own Learn to Swim business. So I got a lot of skills in that time. So it was really great.
And do you feel like that's helped you mature as an athlete, coming back into the sport, maybe a little bit older, having that time away? Has it helped you sort of develop your path, like you said, but also you've got such wise wisdom from your mother, who is also your coach? I mean, that's a very, very unique position to be in.
I'm so honoured. Like, I feel she has been my biggest support throughout this time, throughout even my time away from this sport. So having her there by my side, even when I went over to Europe for the first time, she was there and I really needed her and she was right by my side, which was really cool.
Well, Noosa Triathlon 2024, what are the hopes? What are the dreams for this event? Is it something that you are going to have on your yearly calendar? Does it something that tends to fit just this year alone? You mentioned Busselton in a few weeks, so you are in the thick of obviously a very heavy training block.
Yeah, I'm heavy into my training, but this race is always a key race for me. I feel like it's where I get the most joy out of the triathlon community in general because there's such a great atmosphere here. I have so many of my family and friends who are competing as well, and I love being here, so it's definitely going to be a part of my year every year.
You did make the World Championship team just a few weeks ago in Spain. The year started well, but as always, travelling overseas, it comes with its challenges, and those races didn't go quite according to plan. Is the World Championship something that you're looking forward to, or is this still just an open book for you and you're paving your own way?
I'm definitely painting my own way. I feel like I haven't even set in stone what I'm doing next year, so it all just comes as it comes and I'm just rolling with it. I definitely love the idea of chasing World Cup races and nailing them. My time away was just great experiences and I'm taking them on as opportunities just to be a stronger athlete.
It sounds like you are living the triathlon dream, and I think it's probably imperative that you've had your mother around in those instances because, you know, I think that sort of wisdom and advice helps propel you, but also helps support you, like you mentioned. Yeah. And is that something that there's other people within your team? Do you go away with other athletes, or is it completely, you know, on your own and like you said, more the support of that family environment?
I definitely have my family support mainly over in Europe, but Austria definitely helped me out. We were there with the juniors, which I absolutely love. They're all really great people, and I feel they were looking up to me, but I was looking up to them even as junior athletes. And then we had the elites there, which were all so supportive, and we had a really great group there.
I did have an opportunity to sit in with your mum and a few other coaches earlier in the year when we were talking about coaching, and she did mention that you do have you have had a relatively young athlete squad, and that you are somewhat, like you said, that role model. Do you feel that you are now somewhat of a role model in this sport for those young and coming up and coming athletes, and the ones that are here watching, that have my own children that have taken part in the Super Kids Triathlon, that come and witness all these amazing athletes? Do you feel like you have this role to fulfill in some way or another?
I would like to think so. I mean, I feel like my purpose in the sport is to inspire. So whoever I inspire out there, whether that's the juniors, whether that's one of the senior athletes, I feel my purpose.
I think you're doing a very, very good job of it. I think you're doing an amazing effort to come from where you've come away from the sport to take the wisdom you have. Yeah. I really wish you all the success tomorrow in the race. Let's hope there's a few more. I know Ash is the number one queen in this race, but I think you're here to put yourself on the line. Would that be fair?
100%. I feel honoured being up against someone like her. I feel it gives me the opportunity to see where I'm at and see how I can improve.
Well, we wish you all the very best of luck for tomorrow's race, for the rest of the season, and we are going to head down for the rest of the Super Saturday for the men's Criterium. So don't go away, and we'll be joining all the action very shortly.
With a powerful 2-litre hybrid engine, intelligent 4-wheel drive, and 7 spacious seats, the all-new Tank 500 Hybrid out there awaits.
The next of the bike races is roughly 10 minutes away from getting started. It's the Elite Men's GWM Australian Open Criterium. And Pete, the defending champion is back. Here he comes, Caden Groves and Jared Drisness. Are they warming up for their breakaway? You notice Caden Groves? He's riding the green bike because for the last 2 years, he's been the winner of the green jersey at the Volta de España.
Yeah, it's great to see such high quality here at the GWM Australian Open Men's Criterium. We saw a great women's race, Matty. Had a bit of fun with Celebrity, but now it's back to the action. And you said some big boys to look out for in this race.
What he was doing that time through, the bottom corner, after they go through the finish line, as they come around the roundabout, the ASICS roundabout, there's a big puddle on the exit. And Caden Groves was testing the speed through that corner, how to avoid the puddle to make sure he doesn't crash. And we saw a crash in the Celebrity Try.
This course is a great course, but as you said before, still a little bit of water, not a lot, but enough to make a change.
Jared Drisness was out there with him. He's also testing it. He rides for the Lotto Destiny team. He made his debut at the Tour de France this year, and although he was the youngest on that team, he was the captain on the road, and he supported Victor Campenaerts to a stage victory. Today's going to be a chance for Jared to ride for himself. It'd be a popular win.
Oh, it sure would be. We are going to see a great little race in the GWM Australian Open Criterium. 40 minutes of riding, 10 minutes more than the female, 3 laps plus.
And they get the 2 intermediate sprints to try and pick up a cash prize. The prize money, though, is the same between the men and the women. $5,000 for the win. What we won't see in the men's race that we saw in the women's race was one team dominate. That's not going to happen in the men's race.
Yeah, we saw that, as you said, in the women's race, but that's what we like to see now in the men's race. It's a lot of one-on-one. Team versus team, not so much, but what a course. The weather's fine, course is dry, action-packed.
I keep nervously checking across the shoulder to see the warm-up as they're coming back through.
I thought you were pushing me out.
Richie Porter's going to join us shortly. He's off the back of exhausting himself in the Celebrity Try.
Richie Porter, of course, podium at the Tour de France. You're there every year. Only 2 Australians, as you know, have done that.
The Australians debuted in the Tour de France in 1914. Just 2 Aussies have made the podium in the top 3. Cadel Evans, obviously, and Richie Porter, who's going to be with us shortly. I keep looking back. I'm going to see if maybe we can stop Caden Groves as he makes his way through. You hold the fort here, Pete, and I'm going to see if I can stop the winner of the green jersey from the Volta de España for the last couple of years. Caden Groves rolling through. He wears number 1. Caden making his way through. We're going to poach you, Caden, straight away. Ladies and gentlemen, for the last 2 years, he's won 3 stages in each edition. He's won the green jersey at the Volta de España. Put your hands together for Queensland's very own Caden Groves. What a big 2 years it's been for you, mate.
Yeah, it's been pretty special. First 2 years with Alpecin, and yeah, the Vuelta's also treated me well.
And this year, in that race, you were going toe-to-toe with Wout van Aert for a long time. That's a big name to be battling with.
Yeah, certainly with my stage wins against him. Gives me a lot of confidence going forward, but in the end, I profited from his bad luck, taking the green jersey off him after he crashed out, but unfortunately, that's a part of it also.
I've just watched you doing the warm-up, and the previous lap around, you and Jared Drisness, you were testing the puddle on the exit of that bottom corner. Is that what you were doing?
Yeah, it was a bit touch and go earlier today with the rain, but we're lucky the road's all dry now, and hopefully we can get away with any showers.
Your season has just finished, but you're here racing. When do you get a holiday?
Starting tomorrow. So.
Good luck. Hopefully you go out on a win.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you, mate.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Caden Groves, Australia's best road sprinter, one of the very best in the world. Pete, he's quick. He's going to be hard to beat.
Oh, it's going to be action-packed. As we said, you're going to do the introductions of our top 5 as we bring them up to the start of the GWM Australian Open Criterium for men. 40 minutes racing. After 40 minutes, we'll hear the 3-lap board. See this 3-lap board. Come on out. And Matt, the introduction of the GWM Australian Open Men's Criterium.
We're going to bring them up, the riders that are ranked from 1 down to 5. We're starting with the rider who is wearing number 5 on his back. He has been a 4th place finisher at the Under-23 Australian Road Championships. He's just returning on the back of riding the Tour of Japan. Please welcome one of the locals, James Panizza, riding for Team Bridge Lane, one of the most successful teams in Australian cycling. Next up is also a local. He's been an Australian Under-23 champion. He's wearing the Jayco Alula colours here today. He represented Australia at the World Championships recently. Please welcome Alistair McKellar. Next up is another Queenslander, junior world champion on the track in the Madison, Australian Under-23 road champion, rides for Jayco Alula. Quick by name and quick by nature, it is Blake Quick. Next up, he was the captain on the road at the Tour de France, and he supported the stage victory on stage 18 for Victor Campenaerts. One of the youngest riders on that squad, but he has a level head. He too is a former Australian under-23 champion. He rides for Lotto Destiny. Please welcome Jared Drisners. And wearing number 1, it is the defending champion. He is Australia's best road sprinter. He has won 7 stages at the Volta d'Espanya. He's won the green jersey there twice. He's been a stage winner at the Giro d'Italia. One of the fastest men in the world on a bike. Give it up for Caden Groves. And the rest of the peloton make their way up to the start line. 36 riders on the start line today, 40 minutes plus 3 laps, 2 intermediate sprints, but I'm going to hand it over to the Chief Commissaire to give the final instructions.
Thanks, Matt. Riders, 40 minutes plus 3 laps, 2 preems. The preems will be announced by a whistle. The first lap is completely neutral behind the sponsor's car, and you'll get the whistle from me after you've completed the first lap and we pass through on the other side after you've safely done the bottom roundabout. If you have a mishap, don't forget you need to report to a commissaire. There's the pits area here. We'll be closing the pits with 3 laps to go, so no laps out with 3 laps to go. All the best. Have a great race. Thank you.
We've just got a couple of minutes to go. Some heckling from the other side. Jared Drisners, welcome back to racing on home soil.
Yeah, it's really nice to be home back in Australia and lovely fans out here supporting us.
How was your experience of the tour this year?
Yeah, it was good. It was a really nice experience. Struggled through the last week, but it was nice.
What about that stage victory for Victor Campenaerts?
Yeah, unreal. He really made that 3 weeks for us by winning the stage and, capped off a great Grand Tour for us.
And he's the only guy who does a vlog where I don't understand the language and it's still entertaining.
Yeah, we were joking. He said he got subtitles for it so I could listen, but I didn't watch any of them.
Good luck today. Joe Dridner's one of the stars of Australian cycling. Richie Ports, off the back of the celebrity try, you've had a quick shower, you're changed and you're ready to go.
Yeah, I'm a little bit less stressed from the race, but yeah, looking forward to watching this on the other side of the fence.
Not the sort of race you really liked.
No, I was allergic to this sort of racing, but it's pretty awesome to see the quality of field here, and you know, I'm a fan of these young guys now, and it's it's going to be exciting to watch.
Richie's going to be joining us in commentary. He's here also as an ambassador for Smiling for Smitty. He'll be out there on the bike league tomorrow as one of their teams. How long have we got to go? 2 minutes before we get started. You must have been impressed with Caden Groves this year, winning 3 stages again at the Volta d'Espanya.
Talent. He's even though he's right there, he's just such a good kid, and it's always nice to see blokes like Caden, have the success they deserve.
Have you ever ridden the Criterium here in Noosa?
I never had to.
Never had to. You were smarter than that. But you did do the triathlon in 2004.
I did, and I absolutely flunked it. I came out of a Tassie winter into the Queensland heat, and it went terribly.
But you went pretty well after that. Top 3 finisher in the Tour de France, key teammate for Chris Froome in many of his victories at the Tour de France. On debut at the Giro d'Italia. Was it 10 days in the pink jersey at the Giro on debut in 2010? 3. Only 3. I'll put some mayonnaise on it. That's GST. We'll call it more than that. Where did you finish overall? It was top 10?
I was 7th.
7th. You won the Best Young Riders jersey. Matt Lloyd won the King of the Mountains jersey, and Kettle Evans won the points classification. Pretty successful Giro. Less than 1 minute to go. Almost ready for the countdown. The first lap is neutral, behind the GWM tank. Then you roll back through here, down that bottom roundabout, avoid the puddle, advice from Caden Groves, then the whistle will go and the racing will be on. Still 40 seconds. We're running tight on the clock. Swiss time in here, Pete Murray. No mucking around in Noosa. Now, I spoke to Amanda Paulson before this race got underway, and I said that she'd be the first to attack. Ben, are you going to be the first to attack?
I know about the first, but I'll be throwing a few down for sure, yeah.
That's a yes, Pete. Look out for the St. George Continental colours. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 4, 3, 2, 1. We're kind of underway. Neutral lap before they get started. Pete, Richie, that's a chance for us to escape off the road so we don't lose our toes.
Well, we're underway with the GWM Australian Open Criterium for men, as Matt said, 40 minutes. Plus 3 laps. First lap is neutral, as we saw with our female race. They'll come down to the ASICS turnaround on the opposite side to where they started. And then the action will get underway. Some of the world's best riders, as Matt Keenan said, and joining, he said before, it's going to be a great little race, Matt. We're looking forward to it. A big day for the boys.
I'm looking forward, Pete, to seeing who goes on the attack, because if you're not a sprinter and you're sitting in the peloton and you think you can win this race ahead of Caden Groves, you got a big surprise coming.
Yeah, perfect conditions. Big crowd as always too, Matty, so the energy from the crowd gets the riders pumping a bit more. Richie, he's happy he's on the sidelines. But I tell you what, we're going to see some awesome GWM Australian Open Criterium racing.
So you participated in the full triathlon in 2004. You're just doing the bike leg tomorrow. Were you tempted to do the full triathlon?
Not at all, not for 1 second. I think I've done my racing in my life, and it's nice to be here on this side of the fence and doing the team race with a few good mates.
I'm looking forward to seeing Glenn McGrath out there tomorrow doing the full triathlon. It's fantastic that a guy like Glenn McGrath, one of the greatest cricketers of all time, is just testing. He's not racing anybody but himself.
Glenn McGrath's been an awesome supporter of their races this weekend. As you said, Friday we had the breakfast fun run. Today we had the kids, and tomorrow he's out there. Swim, bike, run. The first time for Glenn McGrath.
Still on a neutral lap behind the GWM tank. Great to have GWM on board as the motor vehicle partners for this year's Garmin Noosa Triathlon. They're also huge supporters of Oz Cycling. One of the title sponsors as well of the Australian National Road Championships, which will be on in January.
Yeah, the most famous bridge, Matty, in, of course, Noosa the Garth, proud bridge, the man, the godfather, that got this event started way back in 1983. Around 180 people. As we get under the GWM, we're moments away from the start of the Open Men's Criterium.
Half of them got lost in 1983, Pete, because they didn't have a Garmin.
No.
Just about ready, and I have noted Ben Carman is near the front. He's itching to go. He can't help himself. He's even giggling at the prospect of it. Come on, Ben. Come on, Ben. He's just about ready to launch. He's waiting for the whistle. They are officially underway, and Ben Carman is the second to attack.
Missed it by 1.
Missed it by that much. And it's taken a fair bit for the GWM tank to open up the throttle and get a gap on the peloton.
Tell you what, we might need a V8 supercar next year. The way these guys are going, but already the pace is on, Matt, over the bridge, onto the first part of the flat side, up to the top turnaround. This is awesome racing already. We're going to see 40 minutes plus 3 laps of this.
Where's Will Davison when you need him? He should be out there driving the car to make sure he can stay in front of the peloton.
Potentially could happen next year.
Team Bridge Lane colours near the front. Richie, you started with that team. It was Praties then. What a team that has been for the development of Australian cycling.
Yeah, I mean, sadly, it's all coming to an end this year, but I mean, the amount of guys they launched the careers of, and the girls now too, it's been incredible.
The men's team is closing at the end of this season. The women's team, fortunately though, is continuing. It's a team that's launched the careers of the like of Richie Port, Ben O'Connor, Jack Haig, Nathan Huss. It's a long, long list of Australians that have gone on to the World Tour. First lap about to come to its completion. The GWM tank leads the charge on the way through ahead of the peloton, and it is a super aggressive start to the race. Jared Drisnes is responding to the attack that is coming from Cameron Wrights. Drisnes closes it down into the slipstream of Cameron Wright. Checks across the shoulder on the whereabouts of everybody else. Ryan Kavanagh in the white colours. He's just about ready to go. Richie, these races, when you are in the last 5 positions, they're awful.
Yeah, I mean, it probably doesn't do it justice when you sat here. I mean, you look at the guys on the back of the peloton, you think that, you know, they're having an easy ride, but it's definitely not. I mean, it's like the old rubber band, isn't it? You know, it is not a nice place to be.
Well, we've got a big, healthy crowd starting to form up for the GWM Australian Open Criterium. Coming up after this, we go to the ASICS Bolt. The best middle distance runners in Australia out on Noosa Parade. But today, it's been a super Saturday. We've been blessed with the weather.
I saw Jack Rayner out training in the northern suburbs of Melbourne midweek. I was full throttle going as hard as I could. He went past me breathing through his nose. All back together once again. Alistair McKellar at the front. He was in one of the early breakaways at the World Championships in Switzerland, latter part of this season. What an incredible race that was. In the women's race, elite women's race, we had Ruby Roseman Gannon finish in 6th position. In the men's race, what a ride by Ben O'Connor getting the silver medal. Richie, huge.
Yeah, and especially after the season he's had, absolutely incredible. And it's actually good to see Ben next year with our Aussie team and hopefully get the support he deserves.
Alexander Corral leads them through. James Pinazza in 2nd spot. It's great to see Ben O'Connor joining the Australian squad, riding for Jake Alula next year. It's going to be tough, though, to match the season that he's had. 4th in the Giro, 2nd at the Volta de España, and 2nd at the World Championships.
And a baby.
That's a huge year, isn't it? Caden Groves at the front of the peloton. As a rider who's in this race on his own as the red-hot favourite, how does he manage it?
I think that's the thing with Caden. He's just got that craft. He knows how to win a bike race, as we've seen in the Vuelta. I mean, he's a huge talent, and you know, he's one of the quickest finishers in the world. So I guess if he's around the mark at the end, he's going to be hard to beat.
And he's going to be very heavily marked. I do like that he's got the green bike in tribute to the green jersey he's won for the last 2 years.
That's pretty cool, isn't it?
I love it.
Oh, lovely.
I'm sure, like everybody, Richie, you were watching the weather at around about midday and it was pouring with rain. It's turned around quickly.
Oh, I mean, it has, and I guess nobody really wants to see them racing around here in the wet. So thankfully, yes, it's dried up, and let's hope it stays dry for tomorrow.
Always back self-interest, Richie. You want a dry ride, don't you, tomorrow? Been out there now for 7 minutes. Peloton all together. A couple of the big guns of the race at the front. It's Alistair McKellar, followed by Jared Drisners. Next in line, good to see the ARA skip capital colours. That's Tyler Tompkinson, who's up in 3rd position. The role that we saw Jared Drisners play at the Tour de France this year, he wasn't somebody who really troubled the results sheet, but he was one of the captains on the road. It's hard to really describe how difficult that role is when you're one of the youngest guys on the team as well.
Yeah, I mean, it speaks volumes about him, really. You know, you need a good, calm and rational guy to call those shots. So that's a big responsibility to take on.
Well, one of the young rising stars of that team, Maxim Van Giel, said that Jared Drisners is their babysitter. And Max and Jared are the same age. And Jared was also looking after Arnaud Delis, who was their sprinter. So he was looking after their guy for the mountain breakaways and their sprinter.
I mean, I've had that the babysitters. I was quite high maintenance as a professional cyclist, so it's got to tip your cap.
Well, it was always Froomey and Roomy, and you were the Roomy helping Chris Froome win the Tour de France 4 times.
Yeah, didn't see what you said, boys, before. If you're going out roundabout or the top turnaround first, you're on your brakes and you're accelerating out of the corner while the back of the pack are on brakes. So you can see the wattage that they'll be pushing on the back of that group. As Richie said, you've got to try and get to the front. A little mini breakaway trying to get away from the main group here as they come back over the Carsprow Bridge.
There has been a small split in the peloton, and there is a strong move at the front. And it's the Caish team at the front leading the charge. Is that Finn Walsh at the front? Oh, just managing to avoid the water. Staying out of the way of the puddle. Finn Walsh at the front. He manages to open up a small gap. Tyler Tompkinson leading the peloton. Some gaps starting to appear at the back, Richie. The bloodstream is full of lactic acid.
Oh, it just looks so painful out there. It's
enjoying retirement?
I love it. It's
You doing any running?
I do not run. We have a treadmill, but it doesn't get used.
Pete, we've got to get him to run because he was a fantastic swimmer as a junior.
I tell you what, he might have a good chance as a jockey. The way the size of him, he only weighs about 50 kilo.
Yeah, in retirement, what have you put on? 300 or 400 grams?
I have no idea. It's one thing I've not done since I retired is weigh myself, which is quite nice.
I'm sure that's a relief.
Matty, I was talking to Richie the other night. He's actually working as a builder with his brother, so he knows how to hammer some nails in as well.
Built plenty of success throughout his career. Richie Port, Australia's most successful ever one-day stage race rider. Winner of Paris-Nice, Criterium Dauphiné, Tour of Romandie. Did you win the Tour de Suisse as well? He won the Tour de Suisse as well. Any that you missed?
Basque.
Oh, only the Tour of the Basque Country. Just the one, Pete. He won all the other big one-week races. Third place finish from the Tour de France as well. Another split in the peloton. Looks like the colours in white of Ryan Kavanagh, who was at the front. Ben Carman also trying to come across. Alistair McKellar sitting up in second position. Kavanagh with the power on out of the corner. Some serious gaps now starting to open. Spectators craning their necks across the barriers to try and get a look at the race. We see this so often in the biggest races around the world. And Richie, when you're a rider, you don't want to collect one of the spectators. So advise everybody just to stay back, particularly as the peloton's charging through. Can be frightening when you're racing.
Oh, it sure is. The old selfie stick and mobile phone is quite dangerous.
This is a serious break now for me at the front. Caden Groves has made it across. And right on cue, Pete Murray. Ben Carman is there. He said he was going to attack.
I think there's 7 riders, Matty, in that group trying to make it a little a break on the rest of the field. We've been riding now just over 12 minutes. So 40 minutes is the journey today, plus 3 laps on top. Coming up over Garth Proud Bridge already. These guys are really motoring around. You're seeing around 50, 60k an hour coming off the bridge.
Peloton predominantly back together, but there's yet another attack. Caden Groves, it is the best sprinter in the race, is trying to go solo. Caden Groves on the green bike off the front. Ben Carman doing the chasing. Finn Walsh riding really well, sitting in 4th position. Thompson Waite also up towards the front. This is a serious gap now, and Jared Drisnes finds himself at the wrong end of it. Blake Quick with a mechanical problem. You could hear the crunch, Pete. It was like when I had the learner's plates on, beginning to drive in a manual. It was last century. It was a while ago.
So maybe the other thing that these riders are thinking about, we've got 2 preems coming up, Matt, so that front group, they could put themselves in a great position for the first of those 2. 14 minutes of the GWM Australian Open Criterium for men. We've seen the women race. We've had our celebrity try. The Open Men's Criterium will be followed by the ASICS Bolt, where Craig Mottram will come onto the microphone. That's Entertainment Plus.
I always look forward to the ASICS Bolt. It's the race now that closes out Super Saturday. And the Australian 5K world record, the Australian 5K record, held by your man, Craig Mottram, who'll be commentating with you, 12 minutes and 55 seconds. That is 2 minutes, 35 seconds per kilometre. For 5Ks, average speed of 23.2 Ks per hour. That's a good bike ride.
It sure is. And the record on this course is 12:41. Craig Mottram's done a 12:43. As our lead riders come on in, we heard the whistle there, Matt.
The whistle goes for the first of the intermediate sprints. And Richie, you'll be pleased to see 2 riders from Bridge Lane have got themselves in the lead group. James Panizza and Bailey McDonald.
Well, it's safe to say the first Prim's going to go to our front group, but who is it going to be? 8 riders in that front group as they head away from the finish line over the bridge.
Oh, it's a significant gap. Now, that leading group, it could be the break of the day, Richie.
I mean, it looks to be. It's pretty organised, and there's a fair bit of power in there.
34 is Thomas Waits.
All right, so on the first of the 2 Prims, the GWM Australian Open Men's Criterium, 15 minutes plus old as we speak.
And Team Bridge Lane leading around the top corner. It is Panizza who is at the front. He's trying to lead out for McDonald to get the prize at the intermediate sprint.
29 was having a little bit of fun there. He just pretended he was the winner of the Prim.
Nice work, Neil.
And I think you'll see he'll tap out at the bottom of the Essex roundabout.
Ryan Kavanagh comes to the front, the white colours, and the yellow towards the back. That's Thomas Waits, seeing if he can pick up the cash prize. Ben Carman, one of the most aggressive riders in Australian cycling. He's got himself up in a 3rd position. Decent gap back to the peloton. They're well out of contention for this intermediate sprint. Caden Groves, clean pair of wheels. Alistair McKellar tries to challenge. Groves, too quick. He takes the first sprints.
Well, Matty, that lead now, that front group have made a big attack. They're now sitting just on 16 seconds on our chase group. So that Prim lap really put some power and speed down, but 16 seconds now the gap.
Lockie Miller it is who's leading the chase in the ARA Skip Capital colours. He's an outstanding time trialist, Richie. He's going to have to put that to good use right now, Lockie.
Well, I mean, that's a big gap, but let's see what happens now.
Well, ARA Skip Capital, much to my surprise, they have missed the breakaway. Caden Groves and Alistair McKellar, they are still cruising after the intermediate sprint. They had such a gap, Richie, they're still waiting for the others to catch them.
Yeah, and I mean, that's a tricky one, isn't it? What happens after an intermediate sprint? And I think maybe the next one, they might even, if they've got a gap like that, they might even push on.
Pete, I asked Richie earlier on, what does Caden do if he's one of the favourites and he's out there on his own, he doesn't have any teammates? Turns out you just ride faster than everybody else and blow them away.
I reckon that's your answer right there. He's not worried about anyone else except numero uno himself. He's putting himself in those positions. He's in the first breakaway of the day. He knows how to stay at the front on his own. But again, this is the front group coming back over Garth Proud Bridge.
He's got some good company. He's got Alistair McKellar out there with him, who spent the last few seasons in various development squads, represented Australia this year at the Under-23 World Championships on a very difficult course in Switzerland. They've got just a small gap on the remnants of the breakaway. Groves looks so composed. Leading the chase in the purple colours is Finn Walsh. Just a handful of seconds between the leading 2 and the chasing 6. But the gap's opening through the roundabout, Rich. It's hard for 6 to get organised on this course.
Oh, I mean, it's a technical little course, and you know, that is going to be a hard gap to close.
And it's still 16 seconds between Caden Groves and the peloton, which was led through last time around by Jared Drisners. I thought, Richie, that Caden Groves might have left the Alpes Interkönig team at the end of this season to get an opportunity at the Tour de France.
I mean, by rights, you know, any other team, he would be the lead sprinter, but it's just a shame they've got so much talent, I suppose. But, I mean, probably shouldn't be the man to say this, but, you know, you would have thought he would have been at the Olympics too. I mean, he had an incredible season. He probably deserved that.
I think you are the man to say it, and you just did. And I tend to agree.
You can see, boys, the speed on this front group as well. They're starting to break up a little bit there. There's not a lot of work ethic, but they're starting to pull away from that second group, sorry. They've got to start working together. They want to make this breakaway successful. 20 minutes of riding so far down, so halfway through the 40 minutes plus 3 laps to go on top.
What I do know about Caden Groves and his opportunities for next year is the Astana team, on the retirement of Mark Cavendish, they were desperate to get Caden Groves across, but he said no. They offered him a 3-year deal. Ryan Kavanagh at the front in the white colours. He spent the last season and a bit racing in Japan. It's a really strong circuit now in Asia, Richie. Did you ever do any racing in Asia early part of your career?
I never did. More to the end of my career, I did Japan Cup, and it's such an awesome scene there. You know, the crowd and the Japanese just get behind cycling. I love it.
Oh, the hospitality is huge. Ryan Kavanagh with a look across the shoulder, assessing the situation.
Notice that chase group there, Matty, around that Asics roundabout. They really started to string out there. The first out there, I missed his number, but he put the power down nice and early. You can hear the click of the gears, the chunk of the gears. They're putting a lot of pressure, a lot of wattage through those pedals to wind it back up onto the other side of the course.
There's been a fall off camera on the first corner. Is it Ryan Thomas who has gone down? Hopefully he's okay. We'll get the thumbs up. You okay? The bike's a little damaged. He's going to survive for another day. The gap is starting to close slightly, Pete, between the peloton and the lead group.
I just mentioned it before, like you could see that front group. They weren't working as effectively as what they were before the preem and the couple laps after. So they've got to make sure now, they've got to commit. Are they going to go on with this breakaway and make it successful, or are they just going to let the chase group come up?
Richie, when you're in that breakaway group and you've got Caden Groves with you, how hard is it to get that group organised to work?
I mean, that's the thing, isn't it? Is you know, you're kind of ferrying the strongest guy to the line. But I mean, Caden's is you know, not the guy that'll shirk turns, so he'll do his fair part.
Ben Carman leads at the front. Second position was Bailey McDonald. 2 riders in the group from Bridge Lane. Ben Carman riding for St. George Continental. Jared Drisnes leading the chase. 15 seconds for Jared Drisnes. He's closing the gap. He's got Blake Quick in that group with him as well. Also there from ARA Skip Capital is Lockie Miller. Richie, they're keeping their hopes alive. 16 seconds. It's tough, but it's doable.
I mean, it is, and who knows, you know, with the strongest guy and the fastest guy in the race there, if there might be some games to come later on, you know, some tactics that, you know, they don't want Caden to get a free ride to the finish, but he's looking pretty good.
Factoring in the 3 laps at the end of the 40 minutes, Pete, they're roughly halfway through this race.
Yeah, I said halfway through, but there's still a long, long way to go. 3 laps on top of that second half as well. Advantage on his hot dog course too, Matty. You said they get to see each of the groups, the bunches at each end of the hot dog course. As 25 back in the race. Good to see a little crash at the bottom of the Asics turn, but back on the bike.
It was Matt Neville who was involved in the crash. He's up and going once again. He gets his 1 lap out. Over the Garth Proud Bridge, again, it's Alistair McCullough who is at the front. The rider in the yellow colours, that's Thomas Waits. Richie, I've got a confession. I've not seen him in action before, but I like what I see today.
Oh, he's doing an awesome job. You know, that'd be pretty cool actually, is to see you know, an unknown rider get up and win a race like this.
He's riding really smartly. He's the rider in the yellow colours. He's sitting at the back of the group. Caden Groves doing a great job of dodging the puddle on the exit of the first corner. The way he stretches them out of that corner, doesn't he, Richie? Every time. A little squeeze, making life difficult.
Yeah, that's just cruel. It's just to sit here and watch that. But, you know, that's just class.
I don't know if it's support from the crowd, Pete, or it's heckling from the crowd for some of the riders at the back of the peloton.
Yeah, I know. It doesn't sound... It's easy on the outside. It's bloody tough on the inside, though. Have another drink, sir.
And now an attack out of the breakaway. Ryan Kavanagh trying to get away. And it's Waits at the back of the group. Richie, he's hanging in.
I think we cursed him.
Commentators curse Richie?
I reckon, Matt. I'm pretty sure you've done that to me in my career too.
I never did it to you, Richie. You always attacked when I predicted that you would. A mechanical problem now as well for Blake Quick. He'll be able to get one lap out and rejoin the group where he left off. That was in the chasing group. The leaders charging through, and once again at the front, it's Bailey McDonald from Team Bridge Lane. Ben Carman through in second spot. Finn Walsh then in third position. Next in line, it was James Panizza. Come on, Thomas Waits. The man in yellow, Richie, it has been the commentator's curse. Vaughan McVilly on the far side of the course. That's your fault too. 26 seconds the gap, Pete.
Yeah, starting to creep out a little bit. You saw that front group now. It looks like they've got more organised now. Rolling the turns over, really driving out of the corners. This group now has got a big decision to make. Do we let them go up the road and race for the minor places, or do we go right up to the front and try and get on that podium?
It's the phase of the race, Richie, where that breakaway, knowing that they've now got 26 seconds, what do?
Yeah, you probably start, your mind starts wandering towards what you're going to have for dinner, I reckon, at this point in the race. You know, it doesn't look like anybody really wants to chase, and, you know, it's going to be tricky to get back.
Don't know about you, Pete Murray, but my mind has never wandered to what I'm going to have for dinner when my heart rate is about 183.
I was just about to talk about the heart rate. They'll be seeing on 180 plus, a bit of red line racing for the last few laps. And, you know, you ride at, 5, 10 Ks at 180 beats. That's hard. These guys are doing it for 40 minutes plus 3 at the GWM Australian Open Criterium.
And we're starting to see Finn Walsh in the Cache Park at the back of the group. He looks as if he's starting to feel the pinch as well. He was super aggressive at the start of the race. Ryan Kavanagh again at the front leading them through. He's looking, Richie, to be one of the strongest in this race and negotiating that corner brilliantly, Ryan Kavanagh. I like that. Out of the corner, a couple of lengths in front of Caden Groves.
Yeah, and we know Caden can handle a bike, a bit of a motocross background, so it's just awesome to see. And I mean, that is quite a pivotal part of the course, that roundabout.
Come on, folks, let's give a bit of support for Thomas. He drives it out of the Noosa Asics turnaround. He's in no man's land at the moment. Yeah, I think it was the commentator's curse there, Matt Keenan.
As soon as we mentioned him. Blake Quick has rejoined the group. In fact, Blake Quick crashed. We just saw that he was getting his chain back on, but I noticed some skin off on the left knee. Not a good way to go into the off-season, Richie.
No, it's not. It's never a good time to crash, but especially start of your offie.
He's got a teammate in the breakaway. Alistair McKellar is out in that leading group, wearing the colours of Jaco Alul. He's got number 4 on his back, Alistair McKellar. Finn Walsh at the back of the group in the purple colours. Ben Carman, always reliable, getting into the breakaway. He's the rider in the pinkish colours of St. George Continental. Almost 30 minutes of racing down, Pete. Can't be too far away from the whistle for the next of the sprints. Ryan Kavanagh once again at the front as he makes his way underneath the GWM banner, the finishing arch. I've been really impressed with Kavanagh through this bottom corner. Each time, Richie, he is smooth.
He is smooth and pretty powerful too. So, you know, who knows what's going to happen. Hopefully no crashes in the final, but coming into that roundabout in the position like that, that's pretty good.
How annoying is it when you're at the back of the group and you're still riding the brakes and you see the front of the group accelerating?
Oh, it's one of the worst places you can be, I guess, in a race. It's especially someone like me that's got absolutely no punch. It was, and it always seemed to be where I ended up in a Criterium too.
Don't worry, Richie. The sprinters were cursing you when they were in the mountains. Look at the big screen. Caden Groves heading to the top corner, Pete. He's in the tuck. He's making the most of the corners as moments to recover.
I think the thing to appreciate when you see this style of riding on the hot dog Criterium style racing is the skills of these riders. They use every single inch of the road to the max. They're almost kissing the barriers each time. So as I said before, make sure you don't lean over, folks. Clap and cheer, no problem. But just make sure you're not leaning too far onto that course, especially with our chase group.
Richie, for a guy like Caden Groves, who continues to lead at the front of this race, he rides the biggest bike races in the world with huge crowds. This is the start of his off-season. How hard is it to get motivated for a race like this for Caden Groves?
I think it's always a huge motivation when you're racing in front of your family, your friends from growing up. It's a, massive motivation, and he deserves to be able to do an event like this, and after the season he's had.
He gets the whistle for the next intermediate sprint. The front group, it has splintered. It's down to 4. We now see James Panizza chasing Ben Carman and also Finn Walsh. Can they close that down again, Pete? It's going to be tough.
Oh, this is exciting. It's a war of nutrition. We just saw we had 7, we had 8, we had that 4, we went to 7, from 7 to 4 very, very quickly on the hot lap. This is the first, second and final preem. The GWM Australian Open Criterium for men. We're around the 31-minute mark. And that group of 4, but they're trying to get back on. Give some credit to that chase breakaway there.
The problem is, as Ben Carmody is about to close the gap on the top corner, he'll be late on the brakes, but then it's full acceleration once again on the exit. He's back on. Can he stick with them? Stay in the slipstream of Caden Groves.
Well, what a super Saturday it is. This is the second preem. We're going to the deep part of the GWM Australian Open Criterium. We've got the Asics Bolt to follow to wrap up Super Saturday. And then tomorrow, the world's biggest Olympic distance triathlon, 41st edition of the Garmin Noosa Triathlon.
It's Alistair McKellar. He's gone early. He's stolen a march. He was second in the first of the intermediate sprints. He's over Garth Proud Bridge. He takes a look across his shoulder. Alistair McKellar has opened up the gap. He's going to be taking home one of the cash prizes. Smart move. McKellar with a small gap. Caden Groves in second. Ben Carman the next to cross the line. Followed then by Kavanagh.
He looks like he's going on a little bit more of this attack. He's not just going to sit up and roll back. He's just going to keep the pressure on this chase group.
And Pete, this is the only way Alistair McKellar can beat Caden Groves. Richie, what are your thoughts on the move?
I mean, he's pushing on, and that's an awesome move to see. It's always tricky with those premiums. This is where the danger is that someone keeps pushing on like this.
And the challenge now is in the chasing group. Who is going to do the work? Because Ben Carman's looking across the shoulder, straight into the sunglasses of Caden Groves. Caden, you're the favourite. You do the chasing. 45 seconds, Pete, now the gap between the leader and what's left of the peloton. McKellar around the top corner. The 2 riders from Bridge Lane lead the chase behind. It's McDonald and Panizza, the 2 riders from Team Bridge Lane. Ryan Kavanagh in the white colours, also trying to make sure that they don't give McKellar too much of a gap. They've been racing now for 33 minutes. After 40 minutes, they will get 3 laps to go. Get the stopwatch out, Pete. Let's see what the gap is between Alistair McKellar and the chasers. It's Ben Carman leading the chase. McKellar goes through. The clock is running. I've got it at 6 seconds. 6 seconds is the gap for Alistair McKellar. He takes a look across and he assesses the chase, Richie.
I mean, that's a good gap. It's going to be exciting to see if he can hang on to that.
You got to love racing like that, though, boys. When you just, you win the preem and you still go on. You don't sit up and come back. You get down low and go, go, go.
He'd be the first to concede. He's not the fastest sprinter in this group. So if you can't win it in a sprint, this is the only way to do it.
He'd be aware of what the time of this race is as well. We're going into the deep part of the 40 minutes. 35 minutes coming up real soon for the GWM Australian Open Criterium. So he might be rolling the dice a little bit, taking a gamble, but I'll tell you what, you've got to have a gamble to try win.
We're joined by Richie Porte, third place finisher in the Tour de France in 2020, one of just 2 Australians to make the top 3 overall in the Tour de France. Aussies made their debut in the Tour way back in 1914. Wow. Richie, when you were riding Criteriums, how much time did you spend watching the clock, waiting for the 3-lap board to come out?
Oh, the whole time.
Well, Alistair McCullough, he's been paying attention to the clock because he knows it's down to the business end. Pete Murray, Caden Groves, he takes up the chase from behind.
Yeah, he knows he's got to be in that front group. He's the best sprinter, as you said, not just in Australia, but one of the best sprinters in the world. He's got to put himself, he's racing solo today. He needs to put himself in that position where he's got every opportunity to come away with the win for the GWM Australian Open Criterium.
He's been a winner of this race in the past, Caden Groves. Last year, the win went to Declan Trezise. McKellar goes through. The gap has closed significantly. Bailey McDonald at the front, the blue colours of Bridge Lane. Caden Groves was the one that did the chase, though. Groves collects McKellar. Danger time now, Richie.
I mean, it's a bit dangerous now. Let's see what happens. I mean, well, it looks like Caden's just going to control it. But, I mean, if somebody had the legs, it'd be the great time to go.
And, Pete, James Panizza, one of the youngsters that we introduced at the start, he's been in contention all day. He's now dangling 100 metres off the back.
Oh, we went from 8 to 7, now we're down to 5, and you can see that, as I said, he's just off that back of that group. He's got to work. He's been pumping out, probably 400 or 500 plus watts just to hang on. He's got to have one more dig to get back onto that group.
So to in the purple colours, Finn Walsh breathes, sucks in the big ones. He's deep into the red zone, Richie.
It looks like the youngster, Matty, has got back on the back, so that's a very impressive ride. He's on the back of that group, and he's working hard. You can see him there. Look at the leg speed, the cadence. Lactate, burn, baby, burn.
Ryan Kavanagh at the front of that breakaway group. It is back up to 6. It was down to 5. Walsh has rejoined. Doesn't look like James Panizza. He's the rider you can see off in the distance. He's not going to rejoin now, Pete Murray.
No, I think his day in the sun has come to an end with 37 minutes. So maybe another quick lap in and maybe the 3 laps to go. But we'll wait for the commissaire to give the official decision. But here they come through. The GWM Australian Open Men's Criterium into the real business end of this race.
Caden Groves in control. Bailey McDonald stalking him, sticks behind him. He's looking to cause the upset. Alistair McCullough, Ryan Kavanagh, Ben Carman, and at the back of the group, Finn Walsh still holding on. Here comes James Panizza. Hope he can hold on to that position.
James Walsh really worked it hard out of that ASICS turnaround. He knows he's probably in the worst position of all that group. As we said before, when they're the leaders are accelerating out, and you're on the brakes, it's a lot of power. We've had a great Super Saturday so far, boys. We've seen the women's criterium. The celebrity try was a load of fun. One of the best this year. Very close racing in the teams. And now we've got the men's criterium, the GWM Australian Open Criterium. Here's our chase group coming on through. Don't be afraid to clap and cheer, team.
Jared Drisner's pointing to the watch, wanting to check on the time. They've been out there for 38 minutes, and the gap between the peloton and the group, about 35 seconds, Jared. Next time through, it will be 3 laps to go.
So off the Garth Proud Bridge, as Matt just said, 3 more laps to go to crown our champion, to wrap up the podium. We've had 2 preems, 2 different winners, but who's going to be number 1 today, Matty Keenan?
Alistair McCullough at the front, 3 to go. Kavanagh, Carman. It's then next in line, McDonald. Second last spot, Walsh still holding on. Caden Groves brings up the rear.
Tell you what, this is exciting racing. Check out the crowds as well. They're strung all the way up around both sides of this course, from where we are in Noosa Parade right up to the top of the turnaround.
James Panizza holding on for a top 10 finish. It's a tough way to do it. He's got 3 laps on himself to try and fend off the peloton. Meanwhile, out in front, the colours of St. George Continental, it's Ben Carman. What's left of the peloton? They're about a half a lap behind now, Pete Murray.
Yeah, they really strung out. That damage was done in those 2 or 3 laps before the preem. Of course, the preem lap, the pace was on and the pace has stayed. So 2 laps when they come back through in front of the commissaire. 2 laps to go in the GWM Australian Open. Make that 3 laps. The board 3's up.
3 laps to go for the peloton. The gap is actually 55 seconds, Jared. Shakes his head. Damn. And Caden Groves leads the breakaway over the Garth Proud Bridge. All eyes in the group, Richie Porter on Caden Groves.
He's looking pretty good. He's in control.
You say that with such nonchalant confidence.
I mean, I saw him coming on as a young kid, and you know, just to be a part of it and see what he's achieved is amazing.
2 laps remaining. Alistair McKellar at the front. He's been brave in this race, super aggressive. He knows he's got to find a way to get ahead of Caden Groves before the sprint finish. And I've been impressed with Finn Walsh holding on to the back of the group. He's been dropped twice, but he's still there.
Oh, that is an incredible ride. You know, probably the hardest place to ride in the peloton. So it's you know, a bit of Aussie grit.
The tactical game underway with a lap and a half remaining for what has been a more than a half race breakaway group. In fact, they've been off the front of this race for 2/3 of the GWM Australian Criterium in Noosa. Ryan Kavanagh still at the front of the white colours. He spent most of the season racing the Asian circuit. They'll get the bell lap the next time through. Still a lot to race for back in the peloton. Pride is on the line as much as anything else, plus a top 10 finish. And now the attacks are coming. And it's the Bridge Lane colours trying to catch Caden Groves on the hop, and the move is coming. It's Bailey McDonald who's going on the attack. They'll come through to get the bell lap. McDonald, this is brave. Seeing if he can get the better of Caden Groves. 1 lap to go.
All right, Noosa, let's pump it up for the final time. We want to hear you, Noosa.
He's persisting. McDonald tries again. Richie's shaking his head.
Oh, look, I mean, that's what he has to do. And, you know, it's who knows how fit Caden is. I mean, it's when you're having to chase like that, it's not ideal, but it's going to be a good little sprint finish.
This is a brave move by McDonald. Kavanagh now doing the chase as they head to the top corner for the last time. It's Groves who is next in line, followed by McKellar. Walsh is at the rear. Ben Carman will be trying to catch them on the hop. McDonald gasping, last corner. Tank's empty, Pete.
Oh, you saw his face there. He looked back and went, oh no, the boys are back in town. Here we go. We're into the last 500 metres. Matt Keenan will call it right through to wrap up the GWM Australian Open Criterium for men. What a race. What a place. This is Noosa.
Ryan Kavanagh at the front. Here goes Alistair McKellar. Caden Groves steps across into the slipstream. Ben Carman trying to challenge over Garth Proud Bridge. McKellar with a gap. He's got 1 bike length. It's Groves who now opens up the afterburners. It's going to be tight on the line, but Groves on the green bike. The Volta de España points winner wins the GWM Criterium. Groves, too good. And Ben Carmen with a super quick finish.
That was a master class on how to sprint. What a performance from one of the world's best sprinters. Come on, Noosa, make some noise. Wow, wow, wow. Nothing left in the tank. Come on, Noosa, let's bring them on home one more time.
Well, the peloton's still coming to sprint for the minor placings. They're racing for a spot inside the top 10. We saw the yellow colours of Thomas Waits. He was in the breakaway. He's still got himself back in within that peloton. And here comes for a top 10 finish. He's been in the break all day. James Panizza crossing the line from Team Bridge Lane. Super ride, James. Stops the Garmin. The numbers today, they've been big. And in the sprint for the minor placings, it is strong finish for around about 8th position in the race. We'll grab Caden Groves when he makes his way back. Craig Mottram is itching and ready to go for the ASICS Bolt, which is not too far away. Jared Drisner's making his way through, one of the stars of Australian cycling. Give him a round of applause as well. Jared, let's grab a quick word with you before we get Caden Groves down here. Oh, that was no holiday.
No, vacation's over. Yeah, back into the season now. We've got a lot of work to do.
I can see the adrenaline pumping and I can just about feel the lactic acid coming through your system.
Yeah, 45 minutes after a few weeks off is never fun, especially in this heat.
Rude awakening?
Sorry, what's that?
A rude awakening.
Yeah, very rude.
How impressed are you with the depth of Australian cycling, though? These are mainly domestic riders in this race.
It's unbelievable. I mean, you saw it just as good as I did off the gun. They were red hot, ready to race, and yeah.
Thanks for coming out and flying the colours. We hope you can come back next year.
Oh, for sure. Can't wait.
Put your hands together for Jared Drisners. Caden Groves is on his way down. Blake, we'll poach you for a minute. You've got some skin off. What happened?
Oh, haven't ridden my bike for too long, and I guess I need my training wheels again.
The training wheels are on their way back. That was quick, huh?
Yeah, it was good. Pretty intense race out there, but it's always nice to come back here and race with some of my best mates and see one of my best mates win, so that was great.
As a Queenslander, how important is this event to you?
Oh, this is the most important race of the year.
Good luck for next season. Enjoy the off-season. Good luck for next season. Ladies and gentlemen, Blake Quick. Here comes Caden Groves. Started with number 1, finishes in position number 1. Congratulations, Caden.
Yeah, it's, again, really fun afternoon here, and always love racing this event. So, again, thanks for having me, and yeah, to this organisation, the crowd. It's a great afternoon.
Sounds really convincing. That was a lot of fun. That was hard.
Yeah, it always is. I think this course, being the 2 U-turns, always sprinting out of the corner, and yeah, really takes a toll after 45 minutes.
I asked Jared Drisners this question. I'm going to ask you the same question. As a guy that races at the highest level in the sport, to race against guys who predominantly race domestically, what does it say about the depth of Australian cycling at an event like this?
Yeah, I think not much has to be said. I mean, we're performing pretty well on the world circuit as well, with really a lot of riders on the podium throughout the year, and yeah, I think it's a credit to yeah, the grassroots cycling and the whole way up.
Congratulations on the win. We'll join you on the podium shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner, Caden Groves. We've got a chance to have a chat with just one more. Ben Carmen, I said at the start that you were going on the breakaway, and you did. Well played.
Yeah, and I went for the late 200-metre attack.
But you're out there with guys that race at World Tour level. As I spoke to those guys, Australian cycling is really strong. There's a lot of depth.
Oh, it's come such a long way. And even the top end of the domestic scene's not really a domestic scene these days. Like, most of the guys in that break are with me over in Asia doing the international stuff. It's, yeah, The domestic scene here has gotten unreal.
A lot of people here watching wouldn't realise the significant crash that you came back from almost a couple of years ago now. I love watching you race. It's fantastic. You're super entertaining. Thanks for being one of the most enjoyable guys to watch race in Australia.
Thank you. I'm loving every minute of it.
Ben Carmen, absolutely sensational today. Found himself out in the leading group. We're not far away from the presentations. Then we'll be heading down to Pete Murray and Craig Mottram for the ASICS Bolt.
Can't wait. The day is shining. I can't wait. There ain't no hiding. And I'm dancing on the horizon. I can't wait. I can't wait no more. I can't wait. The day is shining. I can't wait. There ain't no hiding. Yeah, I'm dancing on the horizon. And I can't wait. I can't wait no more. Oh, I can't wait.
Wow, how lucky are we, and how good is Super Saturday? I mean, the action has just been absolutely phenomenal so far. That crit was unbelievable. I'm joined by a special guest who is, was saying that he had some of his mates racing in the Criterium there, and it's always good to have them home, but what a Criterium that was, Luke.
Yeah, it was just really exciting to watch. Always special when the break stays away, and especially seeing some of the local boys hanging tough with the big fellas is always exciting.
Well, we are into Super Saturday. We've got the Bolt coming up next, but we are joined by you, the 2021 champion of Noosa, and you are racing again tomorrow morning. How are things shaping up for you?
Yeah, it's been a big year. I got back last Thursday from Europe, so it's all just been kind of about getting the body and mind right, ready for this kind of last big race of the year, and then kind of settling into off season. So, you know, kind of a bit of a roll of the dice and see what's left out there.
You mentioned it's been a big year, and I mean Paris being one of those things that come around every 4 years, the Olympics. It is an experience in itself. How has that helped shape you, do you think, as an athlete this year and taking that on board?
Yeah, it was like a huge experience. Obviously, there was so much uncertainty about the swim, so we had so much media coverage. I don't think we've ever had that much media coverage before. And you know, we woke up one morning 4 a.m. and you get a text message saying go back to bed. The water's not good, so it's nice to have that certainty this weekend. But yeah, it was a huge experience and I really cherished it, and it definitely wanting more, and really, you know, got my sets on LA now.
Well, finishing in Noosa, I mean, you did mention that coming back to this race every year is very important to you, and racing in front of a home crowd. I mean, this event in particular, Noosa being on the calendar, does it fit into the race season, or is it just something you're always wanting to be back at and a part of?
I think it's definitely something you make fit kind of no matter what. Like the crowd, it's just behind us right now. It's huge the sun cleared up and everyone came out, and you know, it gets you excited for racing, and I don't think there's any better race in Australia than being right here.
Are we looking for that win again? Do you think we can make it number 2?
Yeah, you know, I think, you know, I've got the target on my back and they're all going to be hunting, and I've just got to be at the front for as long as I can and hopefully cross the tape first.
Well, we are heading into the Noosa ASICS Bolt. You are an ASICS ambassador for a good 8 years now. Just tell us a little bit, I mean, the technology and ways in which shoes have transformed running in the last few years, it absolutely blows my mind. I mean, what's going to be your shoe of choice for the 10K tomorrow?
Yeah, it's pretty crazy, how much it's changed. It's so full on, you know, it's all about what access to shoes you have, and you want to be in the best shoes possible. And, you know, I'm fortunate that I get to race in the ASICS Metaspeed Sky Paris. That's my shoe of choice. After Yokohama this year on the podium, we got to chat to the shoe designer, and you know, we got to give our feedback, and hopefully, you know, that goes into the next iteration of the shoe and makes it even better.
How does it make you feel like when you're over the other side of the world competing and you see the ASICS Noosa Tri shoe? I mean, the people probably can't relate to the gravity of this event and what is actually going on and taking part. I mean, it's very unusual for such an iconic brand like that to have a race named after it, a shoe named after this event, I should say.
Yeah, I think it just really comes back to like this, how brilliant this event is. Like, you know, you kind of go all around the world and you can mention Noosa Tri and everyone knows because of the shoe, because of the atmosphere, like they know what you're doing, they know what you're talking about, and that's pretty special because, you know, we race all year and you kind of mention it to people and sometimes they don't know what you're talking about, but every time you mention Noosa Tri, they know exactly where you're talking about.
So how many pairs of shoes do you take away? How many types of shoes do you take away when you're heading over a season and you're packing your suitcase?
Yeah, I normally kind of run through 2 trainers at a time, running 100K a week. I go through them pretty fast. So the GT 2000s, like my staple trainer. I do most of my like easy Ks in them. And then when I go a bit faster, I'll chuck on the Super Blast or Nova Blast. And then I normally just save the carbon shoes for racing because, you know, they make you go fast and you want to feel that race day. And there's no faster shoe out there.
Well, it is your time to shine tomorrow. We're looking forward to seeing you race. We're looking forward to all the gentlemen up. Do you think, you know, coming in with those ASICS shoes, is that an advantage? Is that where the shoe technology has gone for you? Do you think that makes or breaks someone like you as an athlete and particularly such a strong runner?
I think so. Like we're talking about such fine margins. Like across a 2-hour race, it can be decided by a sprint finish. So we're talking about, you know, everything has to kind of be right and dialed. And like the shoes are no different to the bike position, to the swim technique. Like it's really important now. And like, you know, with all the progress in shoe technology, it's only going to become more and more prevalent.
Well, we look forward to seeing how you put that all together and watching you cross the line tomorrow morning. But we're going to throw down to the Criterium, to the presentations with Matt Keenan.
Thanks very much, Emma. Thanks to Luke, a former winner of the Noosa Triathlon. He'll be in action tomorrow. It's now time to turn our attention to the elite men's presentation for the 2024 GWM Australian Open Criterium. To assist with the presentation, presenting the prize money from the IRONMAN organisation will be Rebecca Van Poos, and from the Noosa Council will be the councillor, Jessica Phillips, presenting the flowers. The riders are all ready to go, and we're going to kick it off first of all with the winner of the second of the intermediate sprint preems. He was one of the most aggressive in the race. Please put your hands together for Alistair McKellar. Tried his luck to get the better of the sprinters. It was the only way for Al to be able to win the race. He put it all out there on the line, couldn't quite get the win. Next up, finishing in 3rd position. He was a rider who was dropped not once, not twice. He was dropped 3 times, got back on. A picture of perseverance from the Case Park Up team. 3rd position, Finn Walsh. Finishing in 2nd place from the St. George Continental Cycling Team. He said he was going to be the first to attack. He was the 2nd to attack today. He finished 2nd in the race, one of the most aggressive in Australian cycling. Please give it up for Ben Carman. Brilliant performance today by Ben. He had a horrific accident 18 months, maybe 24 months ago. Great to see him up there on the podium. Taking out the first of the intermediate sprint preems and also winning the GWM Australian Open Criterium. A 7-time stage winner at the Volta de España, 2 times winner of the green jersey. The winner in Noosa, Caden Groves. Not sure whether this is the beginning of the pre-season or the start of the off-season, but it was a rude awakening for Caden Groves after having a very short break at the conclusion of the European season. Once again, Alistair McKellar taking out the intermediate sprint. 3rd position, Finn Walsh. 2nd position, Ben Carman. And the winner, Caden Groves. Still plenty of action to come from Noosa. We're not too far away from getting started with the ASICS Bolt. The women will be starting first, then the men, 5 kilometres. And the Australian 5 kilometre record holder, Craig Mottram, will be calling all the action. That's still to come right here in Noosa.
When you move your body, you take your mind to an amazing place. Spreading positivity to the world around you. Move your mind with ASICS. ASICS. Sound mind, sound body.
All right, good afternoon, Noosa. Welcome to the ASICS Bolt. We are making our way down to the start line where we've got the men and the women lining up to get ready for the ASICS Bolt. 5K, 4 laps of the track here in Noosa. And I've got last year's winner in Caitlin Adams with me. You've got Georgia Griffith stepping up from 1,500 to take you on today. Leanne Pompiani's probably been the queen of roads over the last couple of months. What's the plan today without giving any of the tactics away to the competition?
Yeah, look, I've got some pretty hefty competition today and I respect those girls so much. The plan is just to come out here and represent my sponsors and my team well and race hard, and have been pretty fortunate to come away with the wins the last 2 years, and hoping for the three-peat. It's going to be really difficult, but I'll give it my all and try and stick with them as long as I can.
No doubt. Well, don't let Georgia stay with you over the bridge. Get rid of her early. All right, go to the start line. You guys are heading off 2 minutes before the men. We got Jack Rayner, obviously off the back of Melbourne Marathon. First question for me is, how have the legs pulled up and what can we expect today?
Legs fine. My toenails were no good for about a week, so yeah.
Do you want to give us a quick look at the toenails before we start, or are they a bit black and blue? Historically, last year, you took off 2:35, I think, through the first K. You've got Brian Fay, 13:01 for 5K. I think you guys have been doing a little bit of training. He paced Jen Gregson in the marathon a month or so ago. Is it going to be an aggressive race from the start, a bit cooler this evening?
I think so, yeah. It's a little bit cooler than the last couple of years, so, but yeah, I think I might take it out a touch easier, I hope.
A touch easier. I spoke to a couple of your competitors last year and said, I hope the same thing, Jack doesn't take it out as quickly as he did last year because it was very strong. You got 4 laps of the track. You've won it a few times. Can we get another one?
I hope so. We've got a good field of guys competing, so it'll be bloody amazing if I do, but yeah, we'll see what happens.
Okay, and the last question. The women go off 2 minutes before you. You ran about 14:57 from memory last year and you just caught them. I think Caitlin ran 16 minutes on the dot last year. The record, 13:41. I ran, no, it's not to me, actually. I reckon I ran 13:40, but that doesn't matter. There were no records back then. But 13:41 is the record. We've moved the Bolt to the last event to get rid of that cycling rubbish beforehand, because this is obviously the main event for the weekend. Is the record on the cards today?
I'm just happy to race, so we'll see what happens. But the time would be nice.
That is a diplomatic answer if I've ever heard one. Well done, Jack, off to the start line. Let's make our way down and we'll get these athletes underway. We've got about 2 minutes before the ASICS Bolt gets started with the women. We've got 1 minute until we get underway with the women in the ASICS Bolt here in Noosa. Hastings Street. It's pretty quiet down here on the boulevard. We've got the athletes waiting at the Garth Proud Bridge. They're going to start with 200 metres down towards the VIP area, which is notoriously quiet, so we want to get them up and about. They go under the ASICS arch and they have 4 laps to go. So they've got a 200-metre run into the finish line and then 4 laps to go. The women go 2 minutes before the men. And then we are on, and we're hoping to get the men chasing it down the women if we can. We've got about 30 seconds, girls, before we get underway. The main players in the women, Leanne Pompiani is queen of the road at the moment. She won the Melbourne half, won the Burnie 10. We've got Georgia Griffith stepping up from 8 and 15. She's a sub 2 minute 800 girl. Sub 4 minutes for the 1500 is the national record for the 3,000 metres at 8:24, if my memory serves me correct. And she is stepping up to run the Noosa Bolt over 5K. And I think Caitlin Adams will have her hands full there with Georgia. And we're coming up to 10 seconds ago. We've got counsellor Jessica Phillips, who is about to get them underway. I'm going to hand over to the starter. You've got 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. And the women are underway in the ASICS Bolt as they make their way down to the start line. Keeping an eye on Caitlin Adams wearing number 90, Cara Van Rijn wearing 91, Leanne Pompiani in 108. They are the main players, followed by Georgia Griffiths as they make their way past me to the ASICS Bolt finish line, where they will have 4 laps to go. We've got about a minute and a half before we get the men underway. We have a massive field, the biggest field, Pete, I've ever seen here in Noosa, with 81 men. 81 men lining up. That is a massive field. Well done to the organisers here getting that field together. And we've got in the men Jack Rayner, defending champion. And we've got Isaac Heaney, who beat Jack Rayner at the City Debate in Adelaide. Actually got past him in the last 50 metres on the finish line. So expect Jack to not let that happen again. Isaac, be prepared to get going early. And then we've got over from Ireland, our international superstar in Brian Fay. Yes, I just keep talking. I've got my mouth. I'm talk underwater, Pete. That's how I roll. Brian Fay, 13:01 for 5K. 1 minute, gentlemen. 1 minute. Boys and girls, just watch as the girls come back past behind you here. 1 minute to go, guys, and we'll get you underway. Brian Fay, 13:01 from Ireland, represented Ireland at the Olympics in Paris earlier this year, is the national record holder and champion for Ireland. He is my Smoky in the field today. Was out in Melbourne pacing Jen Gregson for the 42 Ks of the Melbourne Marathon. We'll see what shape he's in. We've got Jude Thomas as a local Brisbane boy. Depends on the day with him, but he could be in the race as well. The men, Jack Bruce, the big tall fella as well. Watch him turning the corners. He's a bit like the Titanic. It'll be fun to watch him get around as we've got 30 seconds to go before we get the men underway. Be again, Councillor Jessica Phillips will get the boys going. 2 minutes. 2 minutes behind the women. Can they catch them? Last year, Jack Rayner got there by 3 seconds. All right, gentlemen, I'm going to count you in. We've got 10 seconds from now. All right, here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bang, the men are underway. Here we go. Look for Jack Rayner. Dropped a 2:35 first K last year, and he is on the front. Wearing number 29 is Brian Fay, and on his outside, Jude Thomas as they make their way past me. Pete, a relatively modest pace from the beginning, but I think we're going to see that ramp up as they get going into the 4 laps once they go under the ASICS bridge here.
Yeah, you're sure right there, Craig. Watch him, 4 times Olympic athlete, 2 times Commonwealth gold, Commonwealth Games, and a 5 times champion here in Noosa. This is what we like to see. 2 minutes up the road around females. Can the males catch them? It's got a great race female side, a great race male.
Absolutely, the men just turning the bottom corner, but we're looking at the screen here now, Pete, and we've got the women have made the turn, the U-turn at the far end of the course as they make their way back down to the Garth Proud Bridge, of which they've got to go over 4 times, well, 8 times in total up the either side, which is quite a challenge as you get into the back half of the course, as we see the men making their way out to Garth Proud Bridge for the first time. And we've got the usual suspects on the front. We've got Jack Rayner off the back of the Melbourne Marathon, 42.195 kilometres in the legs, 2:11 and change in Melbourne, got away early and stayed away, so he's in great shape. Ran the national record for 10K earlier this year, 27:09 in March, and is in fantastic shape. All right, we can see the boys there as everything just settles down and I catch my breath for a moment. Hopefully Pete's mic's back on. We don't really need to hear from him. He's no good. Just let me roll with it, Pete, as we get going under the ASICS umbrella here, making our way down towards the VIP area. We can see the girls coming back towards me here at the finish line. The boys heading out for the first time, and there is a break in the girls already. And we've got Leanne Pompiani on the front, Cara Van Rijn just hanging on the back, and last year's champion, Caitlin Adams, currently in third, 20 or so metres behind Leanne Pompiani and my Smoky, Georgia Griffith, who recently ran the 3K national record, 8:24, ladies and gentlemen. She's wearing number 99 in the bright orange. You can see her on the left-hand side of the screen. And then you got, I think it's 108 or 109, Leanne Pompiani, who won the Melbourne half, won the Burnie 10. She is the in-form athlete at the moment. But in saying that, you got Georgia Griffiths just coming back from a Paris semi-finalist in the 1500. And we can see the men now on the stage. 29, number 29, that is Brian Fay. Brian Fay making his way back into the top corner. And my microphone has gone, no, we're back on. I've gone out of range. But Brian Fay on the front, doing the work, doing the damage, with Jack Rayner following on behind him. As we can see, there's Georgia and Leanne making their way back out past me. They're into lap 2 of 4. 2 of 4. Georgia Griffith will be just sucking in the big ones, staying relaxed. This is going to be a longer than normal distance for her. She is sub 2 minutes for 800, sub 15 for sub 4 rather for 1500, and 8:24 for 3K, stepping up to 5K, probably for one of the first times in her career. She's in great shape. She's coming back from a bit of time off. Obviously represented Australia in Paris. Look for her just to sit on the back of Leanne Pompiani for as long as she can. Leanne will try to get rid of her. She'll try to drop her every time she goes up and over the bridge there and see if she can do some damage in the first half of this race. As we can see them second time up and over Garth Proud Bridge. Totally different techniques. Leanne sits a little bit lower. She's more of a road runner, and you've got Georgia Griffith, nice and tall in the hips. Nice, smooth cadence. She is phenomenally talented on the track, Georgia Griffith. Looking forward to see how she goes over 5K. As Pete, we can see the men making their way back towards us for the first time. Over Garth Proud Bridge, coming back towards the ASICS finishing line. They'll have 3 to go when they get to us. Haven't got a clock on it at the moment, but I'll give you some splits if we can see it. Actually, there we are on the screen. 3:38, 3:39 as they make their way towards us. Still Brian Fay on the front. Brian Fay on the front. We've got Jude Thomas sitting in behind him. We got Jack Bruce wearing number 3, the big fella. Going to make his way around the turns. Keep an eye on him on the corners as they come past me. Looking good. All the main players. James Hansen, haven't mentioned him yet. He's sitting beautifully in the all black in the middle of that field. Looking very strong as they make their way around that top turn. Heading out back towards the Garth Proud Bridge for the second time.
Yeah, the final event of the Super Saturday, the ASICS 5K Bolt, the best middle distance runners in the world on Noosa Parade as we speak. As Craig Mottram said, 80-plus male athletes, but the females up the top end are on the move.
And we just saw Leanne making that turn at the top corner, actually going so far. She went over the witches' hats there, the blue witches' hats, just getting a little bit geographically embarrassed in the far corner there, but she's back on track. Georgia just tucked in nice and closely behind her. And there are no changes here at the front of the men's race. We've got Brian Fay wearing number 29, Jack Bruce on his outside. Jack Rayner tucked in wearing number 1. Behind with Jude Thomas closely trailing him, looking very smooth. It looks to me like it is going to be a race. It doesn't look like Jack's going to pour it on just yet. I think he may wait a couple of laps and then he'll be aggressive. At some point he's going to have to do it, test out those legs and see how he has recovered from the Melbourne Marathon. As we can see Leanne and Georgia coming back and the boys heading out. The girls are starting to get into the middle part of the race here. This is where things start to get tough. One of the greatest runners of all time, Ron Clark, said to me many years ago, between 3 and 4K is the toughest part of a 5K. That's where it starts to get difficult. That's where it starts to get challenging. And if my eyes didn't deceive me, it looks like there may be a gap in the women's race, but we're going to focus on the men as we have Jack just tucked in nice and close in second place there. We've got Brian Fay, one of my favourites on the outside. Jack Bruce on his outside as well, all looking nice. Jude Thomas tucked in as well, looking nice and smooth. And Sam Clifford. Actually, Sam Clifford, Pete's on my notes. I haven't mentioned him yet, and there he is. He's popped up at the front. Sam Clifford taking on Jack Rayner, Bruce, Jude Thomas, Brian Fay. Can he do some damage right in that middle part of the race where the business begins? As we can see Leanne Pompiani as the sun goes down here in Noosa. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. They've got a couple to go. Georgia finding it tough here in the middle. Leanne's pouring it on. She's got 10 metres at the moment. Georgia in the bright orange. Leanne makes her way around the top turn. Moving beautifully, and we've got last year's winner, Caitlin Adams, in third, about 20 seconds back at the moment. Making their way around the turn as the ladies head out. We focus on the men. Sam Clifford. Wow, look at him. Team Tempo in the ASICS outfit there, looking smooth. We've got Jude Thomas sitting up beautifully as well. I said before the start, depends on the day with Jude Thomas. He can be one of the best and most talented runners in the country, or in fact is one of the best and most talented runners in the country. On his day, he could take this out. Wearing number 2, that's Jude Thomas. That's who I'm talking about. But at the moment, we've got Sam Clifford over Garth Proud Bridge, making his way in. Jack just had a quick check of the Garmin watch right there. Just checking his splits. I think he's taking it easy. Pete, what do you reckon?
Oh, this is exciting racing. The final event of Super Saturday. The best runners we said, but it's going to be an awesome race. The female now starting to break in. Pompiani looking super strong. She's gone through the 2.6 kilometre mark plus. She's over the Garth Proud Bridge. What a race, what a place to race the Super Saturday ASICS 5K Bolt.
Leanne looking super strong, just through 2.5K. The women now, as the men come back through with 2 to go. I haven't checked my watch, but they're closing in on the women. I reckon they're about 1 minute and 10 seconds behind the women at the moment as they come up to halfway. So the boys have got a bit of work to do if they want to catch the girls here. And at the moment, it's Sam Clifford who pushes a surge out of the turn. Nice and strong. See him drop that left hip. Increases the cadence a little bit. Jack just focused on the back of Sam Clifford there, doing nothing he doesn't have to do, getting a toe. But for me, Jude Thomas in 4th, currently sitting 4th behind Jack Bruce, the big tall one there, just moving up onto the shoulder of Jack in the orange. Looks good as the men start to make their way out.
The boys went through the 2.6 kilometre mark. You said around 1 minute 10. It's pretty close. So it's going to be close between the battle of the sexes, between the male and the female. The girls, or the females, did start 2 minutes ahead. 2 minutes. Last year, they were separated by 2 minutes and 4 seconds. So it's going to be pretty
Pete.
close.
It was close, and Leanne's just turned up in the top corner, making her way back towards us with a lap and a half to go. She is well clear now of Georgia Griffith, and she is on her own. She is on her own here. She's in a world of hurt. She is suffering. She's at about 3.5K now. She's got a K and a half to go as she makes her way back over the Garth Proud grid. She is in the home stretch as the boys start to get honed in, and this 3K mark, working into that strong 3 to 4K, which I spoke about. Ron Clark said to me, it is the business end of a 5K, and the boys are just entering, and it's still Sam Clifford on the front.
Yeah, there it is on the shot there. But a lot of these athletes, modders, are going for a PB. It's a closed circuit, it's a hot dog course, it's a fast course, perfect conditions. But our female race leader, she is in total control. Looks very strong.
Look at the cadence on her, Pete. She's winner of the Melbourne half about a month or so ago. Went down to Burnie, won that. She's now coming to Noosa, and it looks like she's going to take this one out as well as she gets over the Garth Proud Bridge. You don't notice that hill, Pete, the first couple of laps, but when you get there on the 4th time, it feels like Mount Everest. You can feel the cadence drops, and even coming down, you can see the hips just drop a little bit as she tries to increase her cadence coming down. She'll come into vision in a moment. She's coming up with 1 to go. So we've got Leanne Pompiani, queen of the roads at the moment. Destroyed Melbourne, destroyed Burnie. She's destroying here in Noosa, and she looks like she's going to take out the women. Now the battle becomes, can she hold off the men?
Yeah, from the moment she took off, she stamped her authority very, very early. It went from 3 to 2 to 1. And she is certainly in big control. The big question is how these men are going to come in. 1 more lap to go. Let's make some noise as they come on through.
All right, she's making her way down to the bottom U-turn. She's got about 1.2K to go, so each lap is about 1,200 metres. She's on track for a fast time here today, Peter. She makes her way around the turn. The men come over the Garth Proud Bridge. They're probably 400 metres behind Leanne. I don't think they're going to catch her this time around. I think Leanne's put in a special performance today. It's hard to know the splits here because we don't have the markers on the road, but Leanne is smashing it out there. I mean, to put 30 seconds into Georgia Griffith is phenomenal running. And here goes Jack Rayner. Get around him, ladies and gentlemen. He's moved to the front. It's the first time we've seen him on the front. We got Jack Bruce on his outside. We got Sam Clifford in the black. And then we got Jude Thomas. My smoky Jude Thomas making his way into the back of that 4. Jack's got a grimace on his face. A grimace on his face. And we see Brian Fay and James Hansen dropping off the back of that group. But they are working the men, and Jack's pouring it on. But let's focus on Leanne Pompiani over the Garth Proud Bridge for the last time. Here she goes. Leanne Pompiani, 700 metres of running to go. Cadence looks good. Rhythm looks good. She is smooth. She's got this one in the bag, barring a disaster, and that's going to be a truck that backs out on the road. Hopefully that doesn't happen, Pete. She's in good form.
It's been a few years since we've seen her first cross the line as our female, so she's put on a masterclass. She's definitely going to be our champion. The big question is the time. Her time, go around that 15 minutes easy.
I know. I'm going to step in there, Pete, because we've got Jack Rayner over the Garth Proud Bridge. He's using the bridge to do some damage. You can see him surging on the bridge, and he's now got Sam Clifford following him. Jude Thomas just sitting in 3rd. Jack Bruce looking like he's finding the work pretty tough now. They're coming up. They've gone past 4K, and they're into the final, let's call it 2 and a bit laps of the track. So this is where Jack does his work. Sam Clifford's been in great shape, and he looks good. But then just sitting behind those two is Jude Thomas in the all-orange, looking to strike in the last 400 as Leanne turns at the final corner. She's got about 500 metres to go. Leanne Pompiani as she makes her way back towards us. Let's keep an eye on the clock. 14:05 for the ladies at the moment. Let's call it about 90 seconds from here to the end. She's looking at a 15:30 to 15:40. Oh, great question, Pete. Pete's asked me what the record is. I should know that. It'll be in my folder over there if you want to go and have a look. But we may be on. Pete, do some work. You're doing nothing over here. As we can see, Caitlin Adams. Caitlin Adams rounding the top corner, and the boys are about to wrap her up. There goes Jack Rayner. Round he comes, pouring it on, takes a wide berth. Jude Thomas slowly working onto the back of those two, and Sam Clifford looking good in the all-black. Righto, Pete, what is the record? Still struggling, doesn't know where it is. It's in my folder, but let's call the race as we can see Leanne Pompiani coming in. looking beautiful. She's got about 300 metres to go. You go, Pete, and I'll look for the record.
Oh, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. What a performance from our leading female. The final hill on the course, as Modram said, it's like a mountain, but she's going to come off the Garth Proud Bridge.
Right. I've got it
200
for you,
metres to
Pete.
go.
15 minutes on the clock. She's got about 250 metres to go. In fact, she's got 200 to go. The record, Benita Willis, 15:22. So she's going to be just outside of that. But it's a hell of a run, 15:22, Benita Willis. It stood for longer than you and I have been on this earth, Pete. It's been around a while. It's a hell of a record, but we can see Leanne making her way, and she's got 150 metres to go. She's coming past the VIP tent, increasing the cadence, using the arms to drive the legs. She is looking phenomenal. Let's bring her home, Noosa. Here she comes. Your winner, 2024, Essex Bolt, Leanne Pompiani, dominating the roads. Smashed it, and we got the men coming in. Jude Thomas, he's not on the screen, but I can see him. Here he comes. Jude Thomas in the orange, followed by Sam Clifford. 8 seconds behind the girls. Jude Thomas, you are the Noosa Bowl winner. Sammy Clifford, well done. And last year's winner, Jack Rayner, finishing in third. Georgia Griffith just coming in second. Jack Bruce in fourth for the men. And we got Brian Fay coming in fifth. James Hanson, we mentioned him, in sixth. And then our third place women for the winner. Third place getter rather for the women. Last year's winner, Caitlin Adams, makes her way over the line. What a great result. Got to get a clock on the men. Let's get a clock on the men, but the women, 15:30. 15:30 or thereabouts. Well done. Well done, Jude. Hell of a race. Let's get Leanne over here if she can catch her breath. Leanne, in you come. Hell of a run, hell of a run. Yeah. I'll grab her. Here we go. Righto, back we come. Okay. All right, this is the best part of the whole thing. And everyone asks you as an athlete, what's it like to be interviewed straight after the race when you're still catching your breath?
It's a little tough, so just hang with me.
We'll give you a second. Hell of a race. Obviously at it from the start. Did you know Benita Willis's record was 15:22?
Oh, no, I didn't, but, next time.
We didn't know either. I sent Pete the job to find out. He couldn't figure it out, but Benita Willis's record stood for nearly 20 years, 15:22. Hell of a record. You're around the 15:30, so just outside of it. But you obviously knew Georgia was in great shape. She's an 8:15, 3K national record holder. You had to break her early.
Yeah, I mean, she's got a dangerous 3K, obviously with her national record in the 3K, so I knew it wasn't going to be a sit and kick kind of race if that's how I wanted to try and win it, so I just had to do it my way.
And were you looking at splits or were you just running by feel?
No, just running by feel on that. Hoping, you wouldn't feel too exhausted too early and just keep it rolling, yeah.
But fantastic run. You look so smooth. Your cadence was great. You were very relaxed the entire way. Obviously, you've been the queen of the roads, as I'm calling you, over the last couple of months with Melbourne and some of the other road races. You've been unbeatable, and then coming to Noosa and just stamping your authority on the Bolt. Was that something that you've been planning for a while, or is it just something you thought, free weekend in Noosa, make a bit of cash in the meantime?
Oh, I mean, I won't lie, that's involved with that. But no, I'm on a bit of a roll at the moment. The start of my year was a bit slow and I was getting a bit frustrated, but sort of Gold Coast Half Marathon when I came back to Australia is when I started feeling like myself again.
Beautiful. That was an outstanding run. Well done. Leanne Pompiani, your winner of the women's Essex Bolt here. And I got Jude Thomas. Didn't interview you at the start. I actually was speaking about you at the coffee shop with one of my mates. We were talking about who was going to be, one of the hot contenders today. Your name came up and I said, well, it depends on the day with Jude. He's probably one of the most talented runners in the country. Tried a steeple in Canberra. You're back to the flat running. You're obviously in good shape. How was it?
Oh, it was great. I love this event. I'll be back every year. Nothing beats a 5K in Noosa, and I'm really stoked to get a win here. I haven't won here before, so very happy to upgrade the bronze from last year.
Mate, it was awesome, and you just sat back beautifully. You let Brian take it out early. You probably have done a little bit of training with him, and then Sam Clifford pushed it on in the middle. Then Jack, obviously with about 1 and a bit K to go, went bang. What was the plan?
The plan was to stay out of the way on the turns, make sure I was able to accelerate well and cover any gap, because that's where they make it, is off those roundabouts and the hairpins. So yeah, it was just staying back out of trouble and then using my speed in the last 500.
Mate, it worked beautifully. You look so good, and obviously today was your day. What's the plan for the summer? Obviously, off the back of the Olympics this year, we've got World Indoors and World Champs in Japan next year. What does the summer look like for you over the next couple of months?
Building to make my first team for World Champs. That'd be the main goal this coming season. But in the short term, doing the UQ Classic Mile in a couple of weeks. So after that, I'll head to altitude and then get into the racing into the new year.
Back to Falls Creek. the Homer distance running in Australia. Well, that is your winner of the men's bolt today, Jude Thomas. Fantastic result. First time winner in Noosa. He's a Brisbane boy, ladies and gentlemen. He promised he'll be back forever and a day. So we look forward to watching you back in 2025 to defend your title. Well done, Jude.
Leanne Bernini, what a run that was. She dominated, winning by 18 seconds, one of the quickest times we've ever seen here.
It definitely was. I really thought we were going to go very close to that record. She did come exceptionally close, and to pip the boys, it was a very, very fast event.
The boys never looked like catching them at all. It was then Georgia Griffiths in second position. Caitlin Adams was then in third position. Cara Finn Ryan in fourth place. Rounding out the top five was Aspen Anderson. And further back than that, Craig Mottram. I thought he was going to blow a gasket. He was that excited about the run by Leanne.
I absolutely love it. I mean, how can you not get excited about Super Saturday and finishing off with such a fast and furious event? But Craig, he just does the best job ever of calling those athletes. He's got as much energy. Probably he's just using all the energy he had for running.
And he's using it very well. The women's race, it was a dominant victory. In the men's race, it was a lot tighter. We saw a sprint between three to try and get the decision in the end. And the win went to Jude Thomas. It was then Sam Clifford, followed by Jack Rayner. Jude Thomas taking the win, Sam Clifford in second. Last year's winner, Jack Rayner, in third. That was a really tight sprint between the three of them.
Amazing racing. I mean, these guys are so young. I just love listening to how old they are and coming back and competing this year, you know, year after year and just at the start of their careers. And I think that's what is the beauty of these types of events. You know, they're names that we start remembering and we start witnessing further, you know, years to come on the world stage.
And that time, 13 minutes and 50 seconds. It was around about 8 seconds off the record. And one of the challenges of this course, it's the U-turn at either end and you lose a lot of speed. You can maybe save 20 plus seconds off that time if it was on an athletics track.
These courses, I mean, as much as we say it's flat and that little bridge, like it really does feel like Everest, but the U-turns, the accelerations, the slowing down, like the pressure on your calves, on your feet, like they just do an incredible job. They make it look easy. So, no, these guys are quick, they're young, and it's amazing to witness.
It's one of my favourite events to watch on the Saturday. Obviously, I get to see a lot of bike races. The bike racing was great. The ASICS Bolt, that's been wrapped up. The presentations will be underway shortly with a very excited Craig Mottram.
When you move your body, you take your mind to an amazing place. Spreading positivity to the world around you. Move your mind with ASICS. ASICS. Sound mind, sound body.
It is a shame for a person to grow old without seeing the beauty and strength of which their body is capable. You have the tools. You have the knowledge. You have no excuses. Train to perform with Phoenix 8.
Start strength training.
The ultimate smartwatch, only from Garmin.
The place getters from the ASICS Bolt, they're still getting their breath before the presentation gets underway. Emma, we've got a lot to look forward to tomorrow, but before we start talking about the 41st edition of the Garmin Noosa Triathlon, today one of my highlights is always the celebrity try. What's it like commentating on your husband?
Oh, my husband. Well, it actually is a little bit annoying to see someone that does probably one of the longer endurance events in the world still run so fast. And no, to be honest, you know, getting everyone together like that in the celebrity try is amazing, and all putting themselves through their paces, and yeah, everyone getting that little bit energized and excited by the competition spirit whenever it arises.
He was trying to sell the message that he was out there to have fun until he started the run leg in last position, and then the competitive spirit came out.
I did know that was going to come. Last is not a place that he likes to be in, so I knew he was going to put himself out there and try to make up a little bit of ground.
What I like about the celebrity tries, we get athletes from different sports participating together. We had Richie Port out there, we had Susie O'Neill out there. I think there needs to be a rule for the celebrity try. A cyclist, Richie Port, not allowed to do the bike ride. Susie O'Neill, next year, you're not allowed to do the swim.
I agree. I think it'd be fun. I think it'd change up the dynamics. Everyone's out of their comfort zone a little bit more, can't play to their tactics, play to their strengths. So I'm happy for that. I think we should put it forward.
And we're going to lobby the organisers to make that happen next year. Let's head down to the presentation for the ASICS Bolt.
Thanks, guys. And Matt, I've calmed down. I know I hear you guys talking about me up in the booth, but I finally calmed down. As we make our way to the results of the ASICS Bolt, we are going to start with the men. And in the men, we've got presenting the prize money and envelopes will be Liana Ali. And presenting the flowers will be Jessica Phillips, Noosa counsellor. And in third place, in 13:53, last year's winner, Jack Rayner. In second place for the 2024 ASICS Bolt in a time of 13:50.87, Sam Clifford. And in one of the tightest finishes I've seen in my time here in Noosa, and let me tell you, that's been a while, our winner for the 2024 ASICS Bolt in a time of 50:37, just half a second in front of our second place Sam Clifford, is Jude Thomas. And there are our three place getters for the 2024 ASICS Bolt as they make their way onto the top podium for a photo, and then they get ready for the champagne, which has historically been a weak point for the men and the women in the Bolt. We need to do better, boys, as our champagne comes out as they get their photos. What a fantastic result. Half a second separating first and second. I don't think we've seen a race that close here in Noosa before. And 13:50, only 9 seconds outside of the Noosa Bolt record. Fantastic running from Jude Thomas, Sam Clifford and Jack Rayner. Oh, Jude, what are you doing? You can see the inexperienced first-time winner there, Jude Thomas. Jack Rayner, done it many times before. Gets him good on the stage. No doubt there'll be more of that later on tonight, gentlemen. Well done, our three place getters for the men's ASICS Bolt. We'll go through our top three place getters when they're ready to go. But formidable racing up the front. Lone soldier out the front. Queen of the roads getting her way over to the podium at the moment. As we get everything organised, again, presenting the prize money and envelopes, we have Liana Ali, and presenting flowers will be Jessica Phillips, our Noosa counsellor. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's make our way onto the stage. Our third place getter in the 2024 ASICS Bolt in a time of 16:09 is our last year's winner, Caitlin Adams. And cracking 16 minutes in a time of 15:58 in second place in the 2024 ASICS Bolt, Georgia Griffith. And in first place in a time of 15:39, the Queen of the Roads, Leanne Pompiani. There are our top three getters for the 2024 ASICS Bolt. In third place, Caitlin Adams. Second place, Georgia Griffith. And our winner, Leanne Pompiani, as the girls get the champagne and some photos, getting themselves ready. No doubt there'll be more of this flowing later on tonight. Let's see if they can do better than the boys. Well done, ladies, on your performances today. An outstanding race in the women's 2024 ASICS Bolt.
Well, that's a close of all the events on Super Saturday. Leanne Pompiani, she won the spray of the champagne as well, Emma. But we've got a huge day to look forward to tomorrow. We kick off at 5:45 Australian Eastern Standard Time. And the men and the elite women, it's a standout favourite.
Look, Ash is going to be very hard to beat. She knows she's got the target on her back, and she likes to uphold that pressure. And I think she's got a legacy that she's, very happy to keep upholding.
10 in the back pocket. She's looking for number 11. The men's is a lot more open.
I think so. I think, Luke Willian is a previous winner here before. We've got the likes of Jake Birtwistle, and we've got a great men's field. So I think it could be anyone's race. It's just a matter of, getting out there on the day for these guys and just seeing where they are and where their legs are for the end of the season.
And flying the flag for the internationals, we have Jamie Riddle from South Africa, hoping that he can get himself up onto the top spot. Really looking forward to it. I hope you can join us for all the action. Today has been huge, thanks to Garmin and also Noosa Tourism. Not possible without their support. And we'll be on time tomorrow because we're wearing the Garmins. Hope to see you for the 41st edition of the Garmin Noosa Triathlon. The coverage kicks off at 5:45 a.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. Until then, bye for now.
Can't wait, the day is shining, I can't wait, there ain't no hiding, and I'm dancing, I know